Hello everyone, welcome to Rob's Gaming Table. I'm Rob.
I'm Mel.
And we're here to play Earthborne Rangers, the game that's based on a TV show from the 90s with high school students who have martial arts powers and change into costumes and drive animal robots and then form all together to giant kaiju-sized robots and fight other kaiju robots to save the world. Right? Go Earthborne Rangers? That's this game, right?
Sounds right.
I think I bought the right game, right? I'm pretty sure that's what we're doing in this game. I hope so. I mean, maybe I have the wrong Rangers. I don't know, but that's what we're playing today. I hope. Because we've never played before. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right, we're playing Earthborne Rangers. That joke kind of fell flat. I'm sorry, guys. I was talking about the Power Rangers. Haha, funny. But this is Earthborne Rangers. This game we did play like half a session yesterday to kind of figure it out, but we are noobs. Big warning, we are noobs. This is a campaign story game. It's basically a living card game, a la Fantasy Flight game, trademark style living card game, but not by Fantasy Flight. It's by a bunch of former employees of Fantasy Flight Games who created this. Full disclosure, I was interested in this game because you guys know me. I'm a sucker for living card games, even ones I want to play but don't want to buy. You guys forced me to buy them. So this one was interesting to me because I recognize a lot of the names that worked on the game. They worked on a lot of awesome games I love from my favorite, I guess, former publisher. They're not really the same publisher anymore, but Fantasy Flight Games. You guys know me. I love like Marvel Champions, Game of Thrones, a card game, dabble in Netrunner, like Warhammer Conquest. What else is there? Arkham Horror LCG, all these living card games. This is one of the co-op ones. It's like a co-op one. And I'm sure the publisher and the designers are like, damn, stop calling it an LCG. We're not allowed. Our lawyers are gonna, we have to pay our lawyers to defend us and all this stuff. But it basically is a living card game. There's a lot of similarities to all those living card games. You can see the DNA there. So I'm just letting you guys know that ahead because I know a lot of my audience, you guys watch us play Lord of the Rings living card game over the years. You've watched us play Arkham Horror living card game. That's the one we played most recently. Marvel Champions, you know, and then the competitive ones too. It's like kind of the same idea. But this is like that. Full disclosure, we purchased this game. I purchased it off crowdfunding. It was on, I don't know, Kickstarter, GameFound, something like that, maybe a couple years ago. And I remember talking about it, that I was interested in it, and I backed it. Finally showed up a few weeks ago. And yeah, we cracked it out yesterday, gave it a little try. But it is full of spoilers and everything. So the whole campaign idea, it's like a sandbox kind of co-op LCG. It's not like, I could just keep reference to Arkham Horror because a lot of it's like, you can tell Arkham Horror, like the most popular, you know, living card game cooperative. So they've kind of used a lot of the mechanics and forms from that to kind of build a open world. Man, this basically, this game, from what I've read, what I've played, like from reading the rule book and how they describe their game and their background and their understanding, the best way I can kind of describe this game and what drew me to it is it's a mix between like Arkham LCG and oh, what was the other game? Seventh Continent. Picture mashing Seventh Continent's idea of like wandering wherever you want, saving your game state wherever. Kind of open, kind of, you know, there is a main story to it, but there's a lot of side things you can find and little Easter eggs and side quests. It's very similar to like the more modern like RPGs, you know, like Fallout and that kind of stuff is what I'm getting based on like what I'm understanding. Maybe it's not like that, but that's what it seems like based on the sets and the wandering and the map and all that stuff. So if any of that stuff interests you, you might be drawn to it like I was. But the other thing is, and we'll read some of this stuff. I'll read and get you guys into the story. This is going to be a long episode, I'm sure, so buckle in. Because I'm going to read some of the story to set the scene. For those that have never played the game, like, there will be spoilers. We're going to play probably the first mission today. We're skipping the prologue. That's not for me. But we've got some pre-built decks that we've got on the website. We'll share some of those resources with you, how we're approaching the game. Which is cool. There's a lot of flexibility to the game. So we're going to approach it with some pre-built decks. You will be upgrading and changing your decks as you play through, a la, you know, Arkham Horror kind of. And yeah, I'll be wandering around and kind of seeing where the game takes us. And you guys can help us on decisions, play along with us like always. So if you see something you want to go to, Jackpot, man. Thank you for being a member for 23 freaking months.
Wow.
Looking forward to the playthrough. Hope you have fun.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the long-term support.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, so rewinding back to the full disclosure, thank you for these people supporting the channel, allowing us to purchase games like this, and for me to do this full time, for Mel to join you here on a weekend in her spare time to play with you guys. Thank you for supporting the channel, allowing us to do this, and not being forced to play like crappy Kickstarter prototypes all the time to make a living. I appreciate that. So you can thank all these people scrolling by, and anyone with their random super chats and super thanks and all that stuff. Even not the people here, the people over the years who've helped us. Thank you for allowing this to be possible. But you guys know this is going to be a long one. We're going to play through this. We play along with you guys. So if there's a decision to go this way or that way, we can do polls in the chat, kind of go along with whatever. I'm down for whatever. It's a sandbox open game with kind of like, very much, this is like Zelda Breath of the Wild, because that's like one of the more popular ones recently. That's like a open world sandbox game where it has like, you know, main story quests, but then you can like, oh, squirrel, and kind of go do this or go the long way around or discover things. That's what it's designed to be like. It's very Nintendo, and I'll show you why I think this way. Even though we've only played a standalone pre-built little mission just to try the game out, like a one day. We tried a one day. Janet.
32 months, Janet. Thank you so much.
Excited to see you play this. Janet, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. 32 months, whoa.
Dragon says, anyone back 7th Citadel?
Oh,
yeah.
you mentioned,
yeah. Yeah, I mentioned 7th Continent. Last I saw in an email for 7th Citadel, they basically announced more delays, and it's going to take even longer, but they do have another updated timeline. But again, kind of reverting it back to the Nintendo, I'm okay with crazy, like these French guys who make 7th Continent, they can take all the time in the world, because what they eventually produce, even though it might be full of bugs, errata, and all that, and even though they took like years and years and years, and it still will be full of a bunch of game-breaking bugs, which will be annoying, they were good and just kind of corrected. They reprinted like the whole set of cards for the game to make sure everything was perfect for everybody at their own cost and stuff. So they do very good by their customers for how little games they have, I guess. But if they're going to take longer and make a more quality game experience for me, so I have less hiccups in it, they can take as long as they want. But if that game comes out and there's so much errata and I'm waiting for a second edition that's actually the better edition, I'm gonna be right pissed. But those guys are crazy. The scope of those 7th Continent, 7th Citadel games are so nuts that, like, you know, they're full of shit when they're like, yeah, it's gonna be out in like a year and a half. Back now. You're like, yeah, okay, buddy.
Did you back it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I knew. I made jokes right when I backed it, like, I'll be playing this in like 2028 or whatever, you know, like.
Yeah.
So yeah, but they did, every update I read, it's like an excuse for like why it's going to take longer, and this is what we're working on, but it's going to take longer. It's like, just shut up and make the game. Like, let me know when you're done. But anyways,
Steven.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. 11 months. Thank you, thank you.
It's happy Sunday from Scotland.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello from Canada.
Yes. Happy Sunday from Canada. Hello, hello. Welcome.
There was one other question while you're talking about full disclosures and whatever. How many core sets do we need? Did we buy? There's questions about that.
Oh, yes.
So we can talk about that quickly now too.
So again, this was back after I kind of realized I need to stop going all in on crowdfunding campaigns, and I need to stop buying expansions for games that I've never played yet. So I literally didn't back anything but the base game because I wasn't sure about it. There was a lot of in the air and a lot of pie in the sky ideas and how this was going to be an LCG with packs released every month and all this kind of stuff. And then they kind of scaled it back, realizing that's like insane, that like, you know, a big publisher back in the day, like FFG, pumping out multiple LCGs, that's like involves a lot of people, right? So instead they scaled it back. It's just a core set. That's all I got. I didn't buy extra cards to make extra decks and have extra cards to make similar decks and all that kind of stuff. I literally bought a core set. I want to see how their retail intro level game is before I dump any more money, any more time into it. Again, I'm just a consumer, guys. I'm not rich. I don't have endless money. Thank you for your donations and all that. But unfortunately, I don't make enough money to buy 3 copies of the core set so I can build like multiple decks or the card doublers and the extra stuff. But I am interested. There is a new campaign coming like next year where they're going to reprint the game with some fixes and stuff, and also offer expansions. I think they were supposed to have expansions in the first, maybe they did have expansions. I don't know, but I don't care, because if the game's good enough, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to play it. I'll love it. That's great. It'll be awesome. And if it's that good, people will want it, and there'll be another way to get more of it. If there's not, who cares? There's a bajillion other games to play. So whatever, man. So I don't know if I like it yet. I'm going to play it. But again, the fact that it's basically an LCG from former FFG employees with a new kind of theme that in games I don't usually play, it reminds me a little bit of the theme in like kind of the open world, adventure-y nature-ish of like Lands of Galzir we played recently. Kind of like that, exploring the world, poking around. That one's like animal people and stuff, but this reminds me because there's like nature and animals and, you know, you're worried about the environment and that kind of stuff. Might not be exciting, but from what I get playing it one time, I'm feeling like I'm playing Arkham Horror, but without the dark theme on it. More of a friendly, adventurous nature kind of survival theme, not a, oh my God, the world's ending. This game wants to kill me. I hate myself for even playing this game today. None of that stuff, okay?
Some of us like that kind of stuff, okay?
I know, you sickos. It's not, it's like the bright version of that. Think of it that way. It's like, here's the world. And it's like, the cool part is, the way it's been sold to us, in the rule book it even says, you are expected to just do whatever you want. There'll be missions, but like, you know, Zelda Breath of the Wild, the video game, or any of those online RPGs, where you can kind of build a list of missions you're working on and kind of go and do whichever ones you want and push the story whenever you want, kind of thing. At least that's what my understanding is. You can do whatever. So it's not like you're going to be like, here we are today, we're on a train, but the goal is still to like get clues, fight monsters, and beat it in a certain amount of rounds. This, we could like, let's go all the way over there, even though we have no reason to go there. Let's just see what's there. Maybe we'll run into an NPC. Maybe we'll help them with a little side quest. Maybe we go back here. Oh, maybe it's a little dangerous. We don't have the tools for this. Okay, let's just leave here as fast as we can, if we can, and then camp and end our session right there. Just end it. We go camp, we end our session, tweak our decks, and then we play tomorrow. You know, that kind of idea. Or we could go in and today we're like, all right, let's work on this main mission. We've been sitting there for 8 sessions and we've been ignoring. Let's do it today. So it's that kind of open thing. I don't know how well it's done, but in theory, that kind of stuff blows my mind, and I love that stuff in video games. So hopefully I love that stuff in my card games, but we'll see. We will see. Sleeping Gods vibes. Yes, Russell. Yes, perfect game to mention related to this. I keep forgetting all the different games that we played over the years that are kind of like adventurous like this. Yes, Sleeping Gods mixed with like an LCG. That's it. And Seventh Continent in there too. There's some Seventh Continent I get from it too. So yes. And all this long-winded intro is just to kind of make you understand whether you're interested, you should stay and watch, or whether this is not for you, run. Like, it's all up to you. I'm just going to dump information, and we're going to do a full playthrough at least of a game today. But again, I only played once yesterday to learn it. I still don't know if we're going to play a full campaign. I don't know if I'm going to play more than like an episode or 2. We'll see. If you like the video, you like this game, hit the like button. Helps other people find it. Helps other people come and check it out. If there's more interests, maybe we'll play more of it. But again, if I'm having a blast and we like it, I'll just keep playing it. We'll see. So yeah, it's all up in the air. So I don't know. So if you're watching this in like a year from now and there's a playlist full of like 30 episodes, yeah, we probably loved it and we kept playing it and people kept watching it and we had a great time. But today, live, as you're watching this, I don't know. We're just going to play a game of it today and see how it goes. And I assume, like all those video games, your first hour, your first 2 hours, even sometimes in those video games that are like this, those open world sandbox RPGs, in your first 10 hours, you might still not even get into like the full, like interesting parts of the game. It might still be like tutorial-ish and a little gentle and not too challenging. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if we can just quickly speed run to the final boss. I don't know. I don't know. We'll find out today. That's all I got.
Last thing that Blue Steel actually brought up was about the errata and asked if you have reviewed the errata, fixed your cards and everything.
Yes, so there is errata, not too much. I was expecting way more from like a smaller publisher, but again, they did delay the game multiple times, so you're hoping like in that extra time they catch that stuff. And they had like some on Tabletop Simulator and were working with community and stuff, so you figured they'd catch it all. But they didn't, so the campaign book has a bunch of problems. So we're going to use the online version because that's been fixed. But yes, unfortunately, this game, here's another problem, okay? Mini rant. This game, one of its driving forces, which to be honest, I do care about the environment and all, but buying one board game that's fully compostable and manufactured at a place that follows current environmental standards in manufacturing still affects the planet in negative ways. Okay, we're shipping it across the ocean to get to my door, direct shipping. Like, come on, man. I'm not doing anything good for the planet buying this game. Okay, but the paper in it and the cards in it and the packing materials, all of it's compostable. So you can rest easy. If this game does suck, I can just throw it in my backyard and leave it on the grass, and eventually it will feed my grass and plants and all that stuff and the animals and the nature, and it will return to the earth from whence it came without harming the world, supposedly. But that was the big marketing thing on this, was going to be made at like factories that followed a certain standard, but then they found out there, even the factories that said they were that standard weren't really that standard. So there's all this issue and delay because of that. So it all ended up get printed in one country in Europe instead of printed locally. That was going to be helping the environment, but because it wasn't printed locally, it totally is not environmentally friendly, because any kind of distribution, shipping, transportation, all that stuff is like, you know, even making electricity for electric vehicles is like, you know, where's that electricity manufactured? Come on, man. But anyways, that was part of the marketing of it. So I don't really care about that, but it is trying to be that. So the funny thing is you get a beautiful, you get a beautifully printed on premium paper, campaign guide, a la Tainted Grail, Sleeping Gods. That has one. Yeah, I think, or was that all digital? I don't remember.
That one might have been digital.
Yeah, some of the games nowadays are just going straight digital. Go on a website like Lands of Galzier, and that's where your campaign guide is, because it allows them to fix it and whatever. So if they were trying to be properly environmentally friendly, they wouldn't have sent this giant 55-page campaign guide printed very beautifully. That is now completely useless because there's like 16 things in here that are like broken. So if you don't check the website every time you're playing, or mark in here and write up and glue in things, this book is useless to you. So to be environmentally friendly, you want to make sure this is like 99.9% correct, so that I'm putting this in my recycle bin because I have no use for this because it's got issues, right? And just like Tainted Grail, when we ran into game-breaking bugs and I had to email the publisher and wait days for responses to find out how we continue our game, you don't want to do that in a game you paid lots of money for and waited lots of time for. So the fact that a bunch of people have useless 50-something page campaign guides, yeah, it's recyclable, but I also paid for this and it's now useless. So I just want to tell you guys, like, I am a consumer and I see these things and it bothers me very much. So if that bothers you, like, there is an online version, but some people hate having laptops, tablets, screens anywhere near the board game table. Unfortunately, you probably need it. Okay. So yes, you'll be digging around on your phone trying to find out where to look next. And we will be using that online app or web app to play through the campaign guide, just so you understand. But I kind of wish they just went that route to begin with. But then again, you want to please the like percentage of your fans that are like, oh, I want paper, I don't want digital. But then the paper is useless because you didn't proofread it, like over proofread it, you know what I mean? So like a lot of games this happens. So there's like this, you'll see fans of the game like, oh, that's fine. It happens in all these games. They're all full of issues. It's a Kickstarter thing. It's okay. It's a small publisher. It's the first run. It's expected. But it's still lame that I have to dig on BGG and use an online website to make sure I'm finding all the errata for my game. I'm always going to complain about that because you can catch that stuff with like a fresh set of eyes, with like extra time, extra money, work it into your costs, you know? So there you go. That's my rant. So it's funny, trying to be good for the environment, but then be wasteful. I don't know what to say, but yeah, kind of lame. Yeah.
Maybe they could have added it as an add-on if you wanted the campaign in paper.
Yeah,
right.
And that's the problem. On the next campaign, people are going to complain and probably want a reprinting of the campaign guide that's like corrected.
Right.
But then the expansion in the next campaign will have its own guide that'll probably be full of issues on this first printing. So it's like, it's just like an endless cycle of like, just cut it, man. If you're trying to be environmentally friendly, just cut it, like, you know. But anyways, yeah. RV says people need to stop making excuses for it. Most of these mistakes don't actually have any excuses. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, errors are going to happen. Like in life, that's going to happen.
Yep.
There's going to be things that people don't catch. But.
Yep. Jackpot Man says 69 watching. It's actually almost 80.
Whoa.
And only 30 likes. So I appreciate it if you guys, somebody can click the like button. But again, you can wait.
Maybe they don't know if they like it yet.
Yeah, you can wait. You don't have to click it. Just Jackpot Man's kind of trying to peer pressure you. So you don't have to give in to peer pressure. but you also don't want to piss off Jackpot Man. So yeah, just saying.
He's been a member for almost 2 years, as we saw today, so you don't want to make him angry.
Royalty around here. Watch out. Watch out.
Yeah. But thank you for bringing that up. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Also, thank you to all of you that are watching and hanging out with us today. Thank you.
Yes. And just understand this is live. If you're new to the channel, you're watching this, yes, especially at the first episode of a campaign, we're going to take our time. We're going to get into it. We're going to explain the game as best we can. And especially a story game with like spoilers and campaign and missions and stuff. I want to read some of the story at the beginning to kind of set the tone and get into it. But in future episodes, we'll probably more just like, all right, here we are. This is what we're doing. And we'll get right into gameplay a little faster. But just keep that in mind. If you're watching this later, yes, you'll have to scrub ahead if you're just, you know what the game is already. And you're like, I just want to watch you play it. This is the big waste of my time. You know, just so you understand, we are doing this live and that's kind of how we do it. All right. So here's Earthborne Rangers. So again, it came out this year, 2023. We're playing this in late November. We got our copy. And it's supposedly best with 2. We're playing with 2 today.
Perfect.
But it goes from solo all the way up to 4 players. It comes with enough cards in here to play with full 4 players. But if you want the same cards that your friend's playing with in your deck, you're going to need to buy what is called the Ranger card doubler, which comes with another set of Ranger cards. So then you can build decks and use the same cards, because you can't really do that too much if you just have one core set. It's exactly kind of like the deck building idea of a core set for an FFG LCG, where you're like, oh, I only have enough Gandalfs for like a couple of us to use them. Oh, I got to buy another cold core set to get more Gandalfs. It does have that, but again, they knew of that. They know of that issue. So for those that care and want to get more crazy with the deck building and not have their friend buy a whole other game, you can just buy the Ranger card doubler, which was a kind of an interesting solution.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Yeah. So you don't have to buy there's no wasteful other set of like enemy cards that you're like, I don't need these duplicates. Like, so it's up to you. And you can run multiple campaigns at once and save it on different campaign sheets and deck list sheets and stuff like that. But yeah. Chad says, this was my first LCG. I struggled to learn the rules, but after I did, I really like this game. Yeah, this LCG, yeah. Speaking of hard to learn, another little rant. Welcome, hashtag Rob Rants. Another thing that was on my mind that I just remembered, thank you for reminding me, is, so kind of joking, but there's truth behind every joke, is I appreciate that the game was made by former FFG employees, and they brought a lot of what they learned that really makes an LCG interesting and cool to play and stand out from other card games and co-op board games. But unfortunately, the one thing they didn't take from FFG, Fantasy Flight Games, the one thing that publisher made for the industry that changed everything and is one of the reasons why they're my favorite, and I'm glad they put the effort, the time, the employees, and the work into this. The one thing they didn't carry over from other LCGs and FFG games that would have set this like next level is the rulebook format of a learn to play guide and rules reference guide. Okay. A way for me, if I put this game down for 6 months, I can pull out a nice thin 15-page, 12-page book, set up the game, dabble with it, pre-built deck lists, try the game out, teach the game, have my friend play the game with the learn to play guide, learn it, and then come over and play it. That doesn't exist for this. They just did one rule book, jammed everything in there wherever they wanted. It's all over the place. And they didn't use, so all the employees working on this, none of them had anything to do with the rule books in those old games, I bet, or following that format, or they hated working on those formats. But man, as a gamer, the learn to play guide, rules reference guide for any kind of medium to heavyweight game, oh my God, changed my world. Okay. So I wish they stole that, but maybe that's like copyrighted. Maybe they're not allowed to, but I've seen other games do that over the years. But they needed to have a better way to get people into this game quickly, teach the concepts of the game, the quirky terminology. You know, this game is obviously influenced by the passion that was driven by netrunners, weird little, we're going to name this, instead of a discard, we're going to name it trash, and your hand is going to be your grip, and we're just going to name everything thematically. So once you learn it, it's great, but it's a huge bottleneck to people learning the game and frustrating, and keeps a lot of players out of your game world. But the people who are in it will go nuts, and they're super passionate because it's deep and pulls you in. This tries to do a little bit of that. So it is a little weird to learn because of terminology they use and concepts they kind of describe in a weird way, but they're really just concepts we've seen before in other games. And and it's fine. That's fine. But just that makes it harder to learn. I can tell. It did fool with me a little bit, but once I started realizing what they were doing, I was like, oh, I get it. Okay. So yeah. So this game is not the easiest LCG to get into. It's kind of like the old LCGs, right? It's using just the one rule book, and it's kind of weird. But this being released in 2023, I wish it followed the learn to play. And I wish I could have followed along a little learn to play, setting me up, getting me through a game, and then hiding some of the more complex stuff from me and giving me a pre-built little tiny deck to play with. And they try to do that in the prologue, but it's no. The prologue's more for just, here's how to build a deck, kind of. Here's how to put a deck together based on no information. So it's a waste of time, kind of. But I appreciate the idea of trying something different. Obviously, it's like they only have so much money and time and effort and resources as a small company, but I just wish they stole that idea and spent the time and effort on that. So hopefully maybe the new campaign, that's maybe something they can add as a stretch goal or something to like make a better way to expand the player base by having a nicer lower barrier of entry and getting people into it using like rip off stuff in the industry that's already done great, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that costs time and money, and maybe doesn't sell copies on crowdfunding campaigns, unfortunately. But yeah.
I think people that design board games don't realize how difficult it is to learn their board game because they made it.
And they spend so much time on creating the game, and everyone leaves the rule books till the end and the learn to plays till the end after they're finished the game, instead of going the other way around. And they leave it till the end when they're already used up too much time, mismanaged their funds, got in over their head, poorly managed projects. And then they get to the end and they're like, oh, I got to finish a rule book. We got to deliver this game. We're already getting yelled at by everybody. Let's just slap it together. We didn't list in the campaign that we're going to make a high quality rule book. We only talked about high quality miniatures and amazing upgraded components and beautiful art. Nobody backed us because we were going to make an amazing learn to play guide that would get more players to join the game later, grow the game, and make it more popular. Therefore, this game would be supported longer. Nah, we didn't do that because we're just worried about satisfying the small group that backed us in the first place. It needs to be more big picture than that, and unfortunately it's not. So hopefully we mature in this industry and we get past some of that stuff, and people learn to care about that stuff, look more past just the box coming through their door, and kind of making these living story games last longer because they have a better foundation. So anyways, done. All right. So now that I've scared a bunch of people away who Rob's talking bad about this game, that there's nothing wrong with it. I hate hearing that. I might have spent my money on something bad, but no, it could be an awesome game. We'll find out. But those are just the issues that bother me, and I like to rant about them because I can. I don't know. It's a problem I have. So yeah. All right. So I want to read you something that I thought was cool. And this is a forward from Andrew Navarro, former executive from Fantasy Flight Games, who owns this publishing company or designer or whatever, Earthborne Games. And as I'm reading this reminds me very much of one of the greatest men of our time, Shigeru Miyamoto. If you've ever read about him or his influences in designing and inventing and being behind Mario, Donkey Kong, Zelda, Metroid, all these games, right? And you hear how he came up with these ideas for Pikmin and all this stuff, all these popular Nintendo franchises, and that basically put that company on the map. I get vibes of that here, which is interesting. So Andrew says, this is an invitation to explore. When I was young, I lived in a rural community in southeastern Wisconsin, and I spent most of my days playing in and exploring the woods that border a small neighborhood. I remember discovering a massive anthill in a clearing and watching the ants march in orderly lines up and down its slope. I remember a meadow carpeted in vibrant green grass, and beyond the meadow, there was a graveyard of old farm machinery. An ancient tractor and harvester bathed in sunlight, rusting out as climbing vines overtook them, and animals nested within. Where'd my mouse go? When I was 9, we moved to Ohio. There, we lived near a commercial center, and the houses were densely packed, but there was also undeveloped land nearby, fields and forests that I could explore. In a field of tall golden grass, there was an old barn, weather-beaten and decaying, with a dramatically sagging roof and crumbling wooden walls. My brother and I dared to enter, and we ran for our lives when we were chased away by the owl that lived there. In the years that followed, The wild land on the outskirts of our neighborhood was cleared. Farmland, fields, and forest gave way to roads, foundations, and drainage systems. So instead of woods, I explored houses under construction and crawled through an ever-expanding maze of concrete drain pipes. Over the years, my family and I have gone on multiple trips to the Rocky Mountains. There, while hiking, I like to imagine what it would be like to live in a world where our only method of transportation was your own 2 feet, where you spent your time walking between settlements nestled in picturesque locations, the spaces between nothing but forests, rock formations, and breathtaking views across verdant river valleys. What if I wonder this walk through the mountains was my daily commute? How different would I be because of it? I imagine how much would have to change to make that possible. Earthborne Rangers is our attempt to bring the excitement of exploration and discovery to life in a card game. This is an invitation to explore, to be inspired, and to see this fictional world as if it were real, as if it truly exists just beyond the horizon of present. We hope you enjoy the experience. Much love, Andrew. So that's the inspiration to this. So Andrew is obviously a very curious, wandering little Link from Zelda, but also a nature environmentalist hippie. Okay, this is what I get. Just kidding.
I hadn't read this before because you said you were going to read this on
yeah,
the
yeah.
So
it's like right in the front of the rule book, and this reminds me of Shigeru Miyamoto, the guy, like his whole idea of coming up with Zelda and wandering around, exploring and finding dungeons and solving puzzles was like from him playing and like running around, you know, temples and gardens and exploring and running out in the open when he was a child. Like all that stuff was derived from that. Like, and Pikmin was from him just doing gardening in his older years, just sitting in the garden and working in his garden, relaxing with his millions of dollars. And he's just like, you know, wouldn't it be cool if there's like little guys running around and, you know, we did a real-time strategy game and just had little creatures running around and picking up things and carrying them. And like, wouldn't that be fun? Like, obviously he had too much sun hitting him that day, but it still came out with one of the coolest little RTS games ever that I've played. And it's neat just to hear those inspirations from real life and that kind of thing. So I thought that was cool to see. So that drives a lot of what we're going to play, and you'll see that, I'm sure. So there is also a little setting in here. I read some of it. It's interesting. So again, when I read the campaign on the crowdfunding, when I backed this, it drew me to it with the story idea too. I like the settings in games. I like IPs. If I care enough, I'll read into it. I care about the characters. Sometimes the game's just good. I don't care about what's going on in the world. Just the gameplay is so fun. I don't care. So this could turn into that, which is fine. But the world idea of it being set many millenniums, I think, in the future, basically our current world, we destroyed it. Things got crazy, like the environment, like obviously corporations, everything was about making money. No one cared about the world. Eventually we started to ruin it to the point where the world was going to end. Humans were going to die. Life was going to run out, is my understanding. This was me reading a few years ago. I'm not sure if it all stayed the same, but that's what sold me on the game too, was that idea of it was set in a world like that. And then humans came together instead of war and fighting and trying to kill each other for like spots of land, you know. Instead, they came together. All the people of the world came together to try to use all the resources and knowledge and everything to create machines and technological solutions to try to solve the environmental destruction. And they reversed it and started to save the world. But over time, I don't remember what happened. I guess we'll probably find out in the story or reading here. Eventually, like some of those solutions went wild and kind of became ancient and old and lost. And there was like multi-generational projects that were done to kind of save the world. Here we are many millenniums in the future, and we're playing as rangers who are like, basically like just kind of janitors, police, kind of like errand boys. I don't know what we are. We're just kind of like helping the world and wandering around and exploring and helping the people and not harming the wildlife and keeping the world under control, but also discovering the mysteries behind it and what was lost to the time in the past. That's what I get from it. I could be totally wrong. This is just me reading the Game Found campaign, a bit of the rule book. But that's what I understand we're getting into. So if that interests you, this should be pretty cool. And the art is, it definitely comes from that kind of theme and idea. So here is right in the start of the rule book. This is not even the campaign guide yet. They're kind of like, here's some excerpts from the history. And I believe the campaign we're playing through is going to kind of like, we'll discover some things. This is grounded in like nature and real world, but it does have sci-fi. Like there's definitely an influence from like futuristic technology, science fiction and stuff in it too. So we will probably see robotic things and laser beams and lightsabers. I don't even know what we're going to see in here. Who knows? But there is kind of like it's like fantasy and sci-fi kind of mix a little bit, is what I get from it. So here's an excerpt from the notes on the history of the 3rd and 4th millennia, composed by the lore lord of the Second Council, Taishala Sadiq, 3rd cycle, 8433 LR. I don't know what that is. 2,500 years ago, the world balanced. Actually, you know what? Maybe I should read this out of the actual book.
Oh, so it's
because scrolling in this PDF is kind of like annoying.
yeah, and then people are just fully listening.
Yeah.
Not,
So let's do this. Also, this rulebook is fully available online. I've linked it down below in the video description with a link to the website where it contains errata, the pre-built deck list, all the stuff we're going to use today, including a PDF of this rulebook and the online campaign guide. So if you want to mute me and skip me and not listen to me stumble over reading this, you can read it yourself, or you can listen to me just read through it. But yeah, it's interesting. It's just 2 pages, but they're big. This rulebook's kind of big too. So anyways, 2,500 years ago, the world balanced on the brink of destruction. The great calamities threatened to leave our world a blasted wasteland, but in the face of certain death, people did the one thing nobody expected. They pulled together, led by a figure known only as the Guide. Who is this Guide? The desperate peoples of Earth began to heal their grievously wounded planet. To do so, they began the Great Generational Projects. These projects were monumental feats of engineering, practical biology, and chemistry, to name but a few disciplines, requiring decades of work from millions of people. In short, the greatest undertakings in all of human history. They filled the Messapian Sea, unfurled the Lagrangian shade to cool the Earth, built the towering carbon stacks, and carefully bred the kilometers-long beasts known as the terravores that still slowly crawl across the land, consuming centuries worth of refuse. So basically giant garbage vacuuming machines. They did all this and much more. These projects were aptly named. The simplest took decades to complete, while the greatest could only be completed over centuries of labor. They knew it would take 1,000 years or more for our world to heal, so our ancestors built great archaeologies to shelter themselves from the ravages of a worsening climate. They retreated to their massive enclosed cities to wait out the storm of storms, so that their descendants may one day walk freely upon the earth. It worked. The earth healed, and although the land had undergone great change, the planet reached a new equilibrium. By this time, the mechanisms that sustained the archaeologies began to fail, and our ancestors were compelled to venture forth into a world untouched by human hands for more than 1,000 years. So it's basically like Fallout. They went in like Fallouts, came out, here's the world after. There's like weird things running around that were like affected by radiation and stuff. That's the vibe I get, is a Fallout vibe. Okay. The ancestors who left the archaeologies, arcologies, at this time were quantifiably more introspective and aware than those that who founded them. The countless cultures that have evolved in the past millennia and would evolve in the millennia to come agreed on one thing: the health of the earth, the wellspring of all life, could not be risked again. The societies that eventually resettled our planet are widely diverse, but they all share a sense of mindfulness and a drive to live in harmony with the natural world instead of apart from it or above it. Some have eschewed all of the technological expertise of our ancestors, while others, among whose number we lore lords are counted, tried to find a balance, entwining the triumphs of the world that came before with the world we live in today. The world we live in today is very different than the Earth of 2 millennia past. The spectacular ruins of the great machines of the generational projects still dot the landscape, and they stand as a testament to the ingenuity of our ancestors. Some of those machines still function, operating to some unknowable purpose that's left undisturbed. Any mountain or ridge may hide the cavernous halls of an abandoned arcology within. And while our ancestors would recognize some of the creatures that populate this world, they would find others marvelously strange. The fruits of genetic crafting as our ancestors attempted to prevent mass extinctions and breed new species to fill abandoned roles. The geography of Earth itself has changed. New seas fill broad expanses of river plains, mountains have risen and crumbled, and climates have shifted across the globe. Our ancestors gave us a gift of incomparable significance when they rescued humankind from extinction. Now this new world is ours to embrace. Now here's a personal correspondence entry composed by Ren Kobo, Master of Commerce, 9th skiff of Sunray Flotilla in spring of 4,441 CR. Okay. Which I think is around the current time-ish. Anyways, I write, my dear sunfish, to tell you the valley in hopes that you may be tempted to join me in my pilgrimage next season. The valley isn't a valley so much as a lot of valleys and fields and forests encircled by mountains. It stretches from these highland meadows in the north all the way down to the edge of the southern range where the mouth of the valley opens to the Verdessa. There's a waterfall there so tall and beautiful it'll take your breath away. The valley is sheltered by mountains on 3 sides and the widest and deepest jungle you'll ever see on the 4th. The ancestors of the valley dwellers found their way here by way of the Bitter Pass. They journeyed west to White Sky Lake, then followed the Silverfin River down until they came to a mounded green island. They were drawn there by the biggest spike of nanoforged carbon I've ever seen, so tall it can escape the clouds on a stormy day. The people decided to settle there, or rather, the land invited them to settle there, so they did. They call the village Spire. This is all places on that map. Yeah. We've seen some of this stuff. Okay. In the last 100 years, they spread out and welcomed more than a few travelers such as myself from afar. Spire's the center of civilization in the valley. But there's also White Sky, the fishing village perched in the middle of the water on the south end of the lake. The fresh, seared lake fish they serve there every waning gibbous is amazing. Farther south, the valley opens up into grassland and forest. You'll find more settlements down there if you stick to the path. Can you get the map? Because this is all describing the map. This is cool. So this map, if you can fit the whole map on screen by putting away from the camera a little bit, this whole map is all locations in the game that have their own little decks and they're fully explorable. And you travel along these paths, which influence which wildlife and environmental features and stuff get shuffled into the deck at the new location from whichever path you take. So if you travel by lakeshore or you travel by hills, you'll see totally different creatures mixed in with the cards that you'd see from visiting a location. And if you're at a location that's not a named location, you'll actually see roaming random people from the general valley. This whole valley, there's the valley, will just show up in those decks and you randomly bump into them and you'll read story entries from the campaign guide and deal with their issues and that kind of stuff. So it's really cool that they included this big map. And if you can zoom in on that legend there, there's the different paths. So that's kind of like the game right now. This entry is describing this world. There's the spire, like right in the middle. There's White Sky along this water here. And then there's like little lakes or little, rivers you can travel by, but only if you like own a canoe or something, which hopefully we'll find in the game. But yeah, that is the world that's describing. So this is the valley. There's mountains around the outside. This is what we'll be exploring and we'll be progressing the story and meeting the people and all that kind of stuff. So it's really cool. As I'm reading this, I'm like, oh yeah, now we played that yesterday. We were in that location and we did this and like we saw the people up there and I know what fish they're talking about and it's kind of cool. So yeah, let's see. So farther south, the valley opens up into grassland and forest. You'll find more settlements down there if you stick to the path. Meadow is a herding community, mostly rearing iron wool sheep and stilt horses. Branch is tucked into deeper woodlands. In fact, their homes are built into the canopy and around the trunks of the dolewood trees. So basically that's where the Ewoks live. Okay.
Oh, I was going to say the Hobbits.
Or the Hobbits are like under the hills. Yeah, they're not up in the trees. No, Ewoks are up in the trees.
Oh, I thought it was like built into like the roots of the trees.
Yeah, maybe, but it's still like the ground.
Yeah, you're right.
Anyways. You could walk through the forest for days and never realize there were people above your head. It's something else. The shapers who bent the fiber of the trees there are the true luminaries. Luminaries? At the far southern end of the valley, the land drops off a series of cliffs down to the Great Basin and the Verdessa beyond. There are people who live at the edge of the falls, Tumbledown they call it. The people there stand watch over the Verdessa, while the Verdessians, I'm told, stand watch over them. And of course, there's the monastery, way up in the mountains to the east. I have yet to travel there, and I may never will. The floating tower is for those who want to follow the Shaper's Path, which is one of the kind of factions or rangers or like kind of roles in the game, which is interesting. They're like the magic wizards of the game. The floating tower is for those who want to follow the Shaper's Path and they prefer a certain amount of solitude for their studies. The crown jewel, though, is the Lone Tree Station, where the Valley's Rangers live and work. That's us. A tree that is nearly the size of a mountain, fashioned with domiciles, research facilities, meditation chambers, and more. The Rangers keep the Valley safe, looking out for trouble and helping people wherever they can. They are wonderful human beings. Aww. I truly love the Valley, which is why I travel here after every thaw. The trading is also quite good, so as you know. I will see you when I return to the flotilla. I can't wait to show you what I've bartered for this season. Yours, RK. And then there's Excerpt from the Valley, a Simple Record, composed by Elder Grell in winter of 3874 CR. The Valley is a secluded location in what were once called the Colorado Rockies. Oh, I see what's happening here. But more recently known as the Eastern Mountains, the terminus of the Barrier Mountain Range. North of the valley, freezing streams pour out to the mountains in frothing cascades. The streams follow through the rocky, windswept prairies before merging into small rivers and flowing into White Sky Lake, which dominates the northern edge of the valley. From White Sky Lake, the water forms into the Silverfin River, which flows the rest of the length of the valley. More streams and smaller rivers drain into the Silverfin, keeping it deep and broad enough to support small boats and rafts along its length. The Silverfin remains navigable. Is that a word? Navigable? Until it reaches the mouth of the valley, where treacherous rapids announce a towering waterfall. Here, the valley's floor becomes a series of steep drops and sheer cliffs before opening onto a deep basin that feeds the jungle far below. There you go. That's the cool lore that's in the beginning of the rulebook to just kind of set the scene a little bit.
So after listening to you read that, obviously it all didn't sink in, but it seemed like there were some clues about places. And like if we're looking for certain
exactly
things,
why
we
I
may
want to
need
read
to
it.
go back and like reread that for especially this middle one that you read about Ren Kobo. Right, he described a lot of the environment and like what's around there. So it might be interesting if we're looking for a specific person or a specific thing, we may need to go back and kind of see where we need to go.
But as we know, even from our one playthrough, with the couple entries we read in the campaign book as part of that like one-off little mission to like kind of try out the game, as you go places, you will go into the campaign guide and it will describe like, here's the setting, and then you talk to the people and they'll be telling you things about the world and what they're doing and all that kind of stuff. So I'm assuming we'll know way more about this and all this will make way more sense later. But it is cool just to show you. I just wanted to read that because it like also shows you how serious they are with the story, the setting, and the world that they've built, which is cool. And I like that. It fascinates me that someone takes the time to kind of invent this world and the characters, the people, what they do, their jobs, their locations, the history, all that kind of stuff. I love that that effort was put there. So that's really neat. And I appreciate that stuff. You know, they didn't just go, let's take some old author's works and turn it into a game and slap the IP on, or even make their own stories in that IP. They literally just made their own world and IP.
Which is a challenge in itself.
Which is definitely influenced from many other things that these designers and stuff obviously have experienced. It's hard not to be influenced by other things, but it is influenced heavily, you can tell, by a lot of things I love. So I'm excited. Anyways.
The last thing I was going to say is we definitely will probably need some of your help. So if we do end up playing through this whole campaign, we're going to need your help to like remind us when we hear something. We're like, I think that we remember something about that.
But
you guys might have to help us remember.
We do jot
we'll
stuff on the campaign guide. When there's something important, we jot it down.
But we won't remember all of this, especially playing other games in between.
Do you have a pencil and a clipboard and all that ready?
Yeah,
okay.
I do.
All right. Because I'll be yelling at you to write things down.
I have our frost haven.
You need to write down like every mission we get. You write down all the rewards we get. You write down any notable events. You keep track of the days. This has, anyone who's watching our Frosthaven playthroughs recently, this has the same kind of passage of time kind of stuff as Frosthaven, which I do like. One of the only things I like in that game. I'm just kidding. But it has the whole, you count your days that you play it. One day is a session, but you're told to go to the campaign guide and read things on certain days. And sometimes when things happen, you'll be told to write a campaign entry, 3 days from now. So I love that in that game, and it adds to the like living, time passing, breathing world, which is cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh, Janet says there's an electronic campaign guide on the Ranger DB website.
Is that easier to use?
You
Like,
mean-
is it just click, or do you have to still type in?
You mean I walked all the way to a store that would print me a campaign guide without my printer's problem of messing it all up all the time? I need to get a new printer. But anyways, but I don't use my printer very often, so I feel like that's a dumb investment.
Yeah.
But I do like the idea of getting exercise to go out and actually go to a store to get it printed. But you're telling me I did that all for no
You
reason?
don't need this, is what you're saying?
You're saying
You
I
don't
walked
need my
all the way
pretty
to the
writing
store?
all over this that I don't understand why I wrote something down later?
Mel, you put that in the wrong box. What the hell? Janet, get out of here with your common sense. I'm sick of your great.
Well, I
I'm
guess
sick of your great ideas.
I guess it depends on if it's like you just click on things like as you get them, or
Now the only problem is it going to save it in like cookies just on like my device, or am I logging in with an account that saves it in a database? Like I don't want to. Here's the thing, guys. I'm also about to blow your mind with what supposedly exists in this game. That also I love when games that have it in there. Is this campaign game, this story game, has that great functionality built in that if Mel decides next weekend, we're playing on Saturday, I think I scheduled it for. That's when our next episode is. You can find it in the playlist down below. You can set reminders for it or subscribe, and you can turn on notifications so you get notified when we stream more episodes of the game, FYI. But if Mel decides she doesn't want to join me, I can play without her. If Kyle wants to join us for a few episodes and wants to play with us, Kyle can join us and play with us because there is jump in, jump out. It's save. You can save Ranger decks. Even with the core box, you can save up to 4 Ranger decks. In the box, there's dividers for it and everything. Even when you take cards out of your deck, there's a divider for putting cards that are displaced. So if somebody steals rewards that are from the campaign pool that we unlock, and all players can put in their decks if they want, we can take them out and switch them throughout the campaign, and other players can switch them and change their decks up and put old cards they took out back into their deck if they want. And it keeps that kind of saved in the box, which is cool. So I might try if I can figure out a solo deck using the remaining cards that we're not using. And I did build the 4 pre-built decks, and we're trying out 2 today, but I might switch to a different pre-built deck later and we'll try it out. But I'm debating on building a solo deck once I understand this game better, and maybe doing some solo episodes, wandering into other places and not progressing main missions and stuff, and experiencing things like with Mel not here to see how that works. Because they have that idea. It's cool. Brian Sanda, thank you for clicking the join button down below and becoming a producer to the channel.
thank you.
I
so
appreciate it.
much.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
kindness.
Jane does say you log in with an account similar to Arkham.
Oh, okay,
DB,
perfect.
And Yogi says, yeah, it's website based.
Oh, is this like Ranger DB, like just a copy of that template for like a DB website for deck building and stuff? They have one already?
It blew his mind, everyone.
I didn't even search for it because I thought like, oh, this game's kind of small.
Noon,
And
right?
no way they would have built that already. Fans for card games are freaking awesome. Oh my God. Yeah, it's the DB engine. Yeah.
Oh.
Every game, man. Every game, somebody
So
does it. I
Is it
love
going
it.
to be easier to use than paper?
Only if it's up. So the problem with these websites, they're usually run on like some dude's spare computer in his house or some super cheap ISP web hosting. So if the game gets popular and a bunch of people at the same time are building decks and stuff, I try to open it on stream and it doesn't work.
Oh, that
And that happens with the bigger ones too.
Yeah.
And you know, if you want to support the websites, you can donate to them stuff. I don't. I just kind of show them by using their tools and
We show off their tools.
I show them off. I get more
then
users.
you guys use them.
Yeah. But they do have a Patreon, it looks like. So these are free. They're usually done by fans and stuff, I think. Yeah. Yeah, they're not affiliated with Earthborne Rangers. So yeah, they have deck lists. See, now I don't have to try to figure out a solo deck list. I probably can find the best solo deck list on here. But the problem is I don't own the Ranger card doubler. So now I'll have to break up one of the pre-made decks, which is going to bother me. So I'll figure all that out. But yeah. But I do want to try. Maybe I can just play with my normal deck solo. Probably get my butt kicked because I can't cover every aspect in it, just like any other LCG, right? But if I get injured and have to end my day, who cares? Like, I want to see what happens, right? So that's awesome that that exists.
Oh, there's lots.
Yeah. Okay, so you can track your deck on here. And there is tracking your campaigns, but obviously I don't have an account, so. Okay. For now, we'll just use the campaign log. Yeah. Yogi, I already know having 1 fitness, which you'll see today, is tough. I have 2, and it's annoying.
I have 1, and I don't know that I love that, but
yeah, remember, we're walking around a giant wilderness. Like, fitness is something important. Who knew?
Fitness. Oh, fitness. I have 3. I thought you were talking about focus.
No, fitness. Having 1 in anything is annoying. You'll find out. But that's why playing 2-player and having someone cover that is good. But yeah, you guys will see what I mean shortly. Because I'm sure a lot of you don't. Okay. Okay. So, we're going to play this like we play other LCGs. We have our little tray up here. This is going to be
our surroundings.
So there is areas in the game, just like any of these living card games, where you'll have cards that are engaged with you, which are called, I forget, within reach. Okay, cards that are engaging with me, environmental features and beings and stuff, are within reach. So they're in my player area. Mel will have cards within reach of her. I can interact with cards within reach of her. She can interact with cards within reach of me. We also have our player area, where we'll put down cards that will stay in play with passive effects or abilities that we can use, like gear and stuff. And that's called our player area. So that we have within reach. And then we have a common area, which is called along the way. So that'll be things that are like in the environment that are like down the river or up the hill. We're not exactly with them yet, but they could come in our area, or they could go back to the common area. It's kind of like a living environment where things are just moving around. And then we have the surroundings, which will be the weather, the location, the missions. Excuse me. Nope, that didn't mute. Did it? Sorry, guys. I just probably coughed in your ear. I'm sorry. I just have a throat tickle. It's killing me.
While you're doing that, just reading Brian. So Brian was our last producer. Also put a message that says, no problem. I've been watching you guys for a long time. Super excited for this game. And you both deserve the support. Brian, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Kate, I agree with you. Kate says, fans for card games are awesome and nuts. Yeah.
Sorry.
You okay?
Yeah, I just got this tickle.
No problem.
That's what happens when I talk, like, and read too much and stuff. Probably also my throat's drying out.
We know about the Living Valley website.
Oh, Martin, we'll get into that. Again, we said we're playing
Stay tuned.
We're playing with pre-built decks, okay? We're playing with all the errata. We're going to play with the digital campaign guide. All that stuff exists in Living Valley. I'll cover it now, but we'll obviously be using it all stream. So all that means it's just a website for Earthborne Rangers, kind of tracking all the living documents and changes and stuff. So here at Earthborne Rangers website, for the game, you type in earthbornerangers.com, whatever, you can go to the Living Valley. It is linked down below in the video description. In the Living Valley, this is where we found our one-day mission. There's a couple one-day missions you can play that are a single session. They'll use cards from the game, but we want to try the game out. It was the best way we could find to actually play the proper game, to understand how it all worked. Not the prologue. There is no learn to play guide, so this was the best thing I could find. I appreciate that it took the effort. And in these one-day missions, they will have entries that override the campaign log. So you're still using cards that might have stuff on them that reference the campaign book, but they might get overridden by entries in this little website here. And then it also links you to pre-made Ranger decks. So there's 4 pre-made Ranger decks. We're playing with a couple of them. I built them all, so we can try them all out. But they have the decks in here, and it's just based off one core set. So there's no overlapping cards. So they might not be the best, most efficient decks or anything, but they work. You can easily whip these together and play with 4 players with little effort, which is cool, without having to understand fully how the game works. And then you can like try the game out.
This one that you have open is a deck that I'm playing with.
Okay. So yeah, if you want to check the decks out that we're playing with today, the link is down below in the video description. Just go to the link that talks about errata, deck list, and all that stuff. It's all in the Living Valley. And that's what Martin's talking about. Also, you can go to the resources section at earthbornerangers.com. That's where you'll find the campaign tracker, the rule book, the Learn to Play video series, pre-made Ranger decks. There's supposedly achievements. I don't even want to look at those.
Oh, we love achievements.
Yeah, but
I know. We'll look at it later.
I worry they might get spoilery too. They're more of like replayability. They add replayability, right? Where you play through and then you're like, oh, I want to play it again and try to get those things, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
So I didn't even click on that. There is a playable demo on, you know, if you want to be a sicko and play board games on Tabletop Simulator, you can do that. There's an FAQ and errata, which I went to there, I printed out the cards, I slid them in proxy style. Yes, that's annoying, but I did it. There wasn't that many though, which I appreciate. And yeah, the FAQs there, I read through it, but again, I don't know the game that well. We haven't played 1,000 times or anything, so we're going to be asking for help today as we play. We're going to make mistakes, I'm sure. Drop timestamps down below when we do. Help other people learn from our mistakes if you can. But we're just going to play this game, and you know, I'm not here about teaching you the best way to play it. I'm here to show the game off to you and play it myself. And Mel played ourselves and experienced it the first time, like live on the internet. So keep that in mind. We're not here as experts of this game or anything like that. I'm just joking, Kate. I just love taking digs at it any chance I get.
Yeah.
I want every digital board game to be a polished solo app just built, you know, by the publisher with all the rules integrated. Tabletop Simulator is like the filthy wish.com version of that. And I will rant about it all I can. But again, if you can't play with friends online in any other way, obviously it's awesome for that.
Yeah.
But I'm lucky. If I want to play board games in person, I can do it, and I refuse to play them until I can play them like that. So it's just I don't know.
We do a little bit of a hybrid because we play together, but then we play with you guys. So we do like a little bit of hybrid action.
But yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So that's all there. You can find the links down below. But we will be using the campaign guide, which is just like a little web app version of the campaign guide, but with the errata integrated into it. So anytime there's typos or issues, they will work them into here. So you could just have a tablet or a laptop or something beside you, or even on your TV, you know, Chromecasting your phone or whatever, screencasting, and use that if you need. But yeah, because there's like, I don't know, it was like 17 errata or something when I looked, different entries that are wrong in the book or something like that. Not to mention the cards, the mission cards that are wrong and stuff. So this will help with that, I guess, unfortunately. But yeah. All right. So obviously a lot of what I'm kind of throwing a lot of information at you guys. So if you don't know about this game, it'll make more sense as we play it, obviously. And it does come with reference card, round structure only, and common tests. So just like Arkham, the living card game, okay, this the one it's the closest to, I think. It has hints of Marvel Champions. It has hints of Lord of the Rings living card game, with traveling and progressing to different locations and stuff. But it feels a lot like you're playing Arkham. Everything is a skill test. I'm a skill test here, and I'm a skill test there, and oh damn, I drew a -2. I failed. That's frustrating. Oh, I overcommitted on this one. That's annoying. It's a lot of skill tests. So the game is based around these common tests that they're on a reference sheet. These are the ones you will be doing most in the game. Okay. They are aligned to the 4 different colors or different aspects to the game. There is fitness, spirit, focus, and awareness. Okay. And they're colored there too. We got the red, the yellow, the blue, and the green, which line up to resources you have based on your aspect card. So we have this little card here. There are like 20 of these in the game. They all have a mix of different numbers. They basically have a high and a low value they're based around. So I chose the deck that has, because I'm trying to play outside of my comfort zone, try out something different, see how the game works with this kind of style. But I picked the character, and you can build your decks however you want. There is a prologue that will work you through picking your aspect based on feelings and some story description. Then you will pick modules, just like Star Wars LCG or Marvel Champions LCG. This has modules. So you will have modules of cards based on the different aspects and backgrounds and specialties that you're allowed to pull from to build your deck. And each of those cards has requirements based on your aspect you chose. So again, there are a bunch of these, right? You can pick any of these you want. And again, there's a high and low value. So my high is spirit. I'm amazing in spirit. I'm so spirited. I can't be any more spirited. Okay.
They'll be the judge of
I'm
that.
drunk on spirits. All right. But my awareness, that's my low stat. Kind of stinking it up And it's going to be frustrating anytime we require to pass something with green tests, okay? I'm not very aware of what's going on. Obviously, if you guys watch me on stream, I'm not aware of what's going on in the world. I just play board games in my basement on the internet. This is what I do.
You're falling into holes and traps all over the place.
And my middle stats here are fitness and focus. I'm okay. I got a 2 there, so that's good. So what that does is basically every round, every round. So there's multiple turns in a round, but every round we will refresh our tokens based on our stats. And we could earn more stats in a turn, but you will always refresh back to your base or whatever. So I have 2 focus tokens, for example. I have 2 fitness tokens, and I have 1 awareness token, okay? All that is like your currency to spend to play actions, okay? So this is what my background and my specialty has led me to be good at. So again, I'm a ranger, that's my job. And the prologue walks you through going to like your background of like your experiences as a child and through school. And then your specialty is based on kind of like ranger school and what you were good at and what you learned and how you excelled at becoming a ranger. And now we're like new rangers. We're noobs, okay? We're fresh out of ranger school, okay? And this is where I'm good at. And this is what my specialty and my background has led me to be good at. Obviously, the cards in my deck will focus on different things based on which aspects I'm good at. So there are cards in certain modules that I can't play unless I have 3 spirit. And if I have 3 spirit, I'm able to do certain things in the game that Mel couldn't if she only had 1 spirit. So think of it like that. So the resources matter what cards you can play, what kind of cards you can play, what kind of cards you can put in your deck, and what aspects of the game you'll be good at and not good at. Very similar to the color pie in any kind of card game, right? Where like seekers are good at this, and you know, fighters and that kind of stuff are this color and they're good at that, and you know, that kind of thing. That's all here. Okay, so that's what that is. So the game's kind of centered around that idea of these are my resources, they'll refresh every turn. I spend them to do things on my turn. I only have so much energy. And funny, your deck of 30 cards is like your energy for the day. So in the game, it will fatigue you and you'll put cards face down in a fatigue pile. And eventually when your deck runs out, you could be fatigued. So just like 7th Continent, your deck is like your life. It's more like your energy for the day, right? And obviously you can drink some coffee and get some of that fatigue back, but it's like a limited amount because it's based on what's left in your deck. So the more you draw and the more cards fatigue you out, the faster your day is going to be, your game session is going to be. And once 1 ranger at the table, no matter if you're playing 1 or 4 players, once 1 ranger fatigues out, the day ends or the session ends. And you could play another session right after if you want. Another way you could end your day is by traveling. When we travel to a new location, you have the option to camp. If you camp, that just means you end your day, and then you're allowed to modify your deck at that point. So if we don't camp because our day ended because I fatigued out, because we didn't get our stuff done and we pushed ourselves too hard, we didn't play efficiently, we won't get to modify our deck between sessions because the session would have ended for that. Or if we take 3 injuries by having harm on our card. If we take 3 injuries, any ranger at the table takes 3 injuries, the day ends, okay? So down below me here, I don't know if I can kind of pop it out. So we have our common test card showing those tests. We'll be traversing the land, connecting with people, focusing, which is kind of like tutoring, scouting, milling cards from your deck, pulling cards out of your deck, whatever, drawing from your deck, filtering your deck. And then awareness is a way to avoid threats, basically beings, and kind of just avoid them, get them out of the way, not worry about them for now, and exhaust them. And then you have your ranger card, which in every specialty, there are a couple ranger cards that come in the base set. This game is ripe for expansion, and every ranger has a little special ability on them. So here's my ranger I'm playing with. It's the Voice of the Elders. It's from the Conciliator specialty, card number 2 of 4. It's a roll card. I can exhaust it once in a round to spend 1 energy and add a token to an aid card. So there's traits on cards in games, surprise. There's keywords on cards in games, abilities, art, all that stuff. That's my ranger card. Then we have our aspect card. Then I have my deck. I'll have a discard pile and I'll have a fatigue pile. Okay, fatigue pile is face down cards sideways. That's your fatigue. And they go in there without you knowing what's in there unless you were able to remember on your deck and kind of choose what cards go on the top, you know, and then you could fatigue and you know what's going in there. But the cool part is when you soothe fatigue, so you kind of heal some of your fatigue, it doesn't go back on your deck to buy you extra time in the game. So there's a kind of always a ticking clock. that will end your session in that respect. But they actually come from your fatigue deck to your hand, which is really neat. I do like that idea a lot. So you could purposely fatigue yourself a little early. Then if you have ways of soothing, kind of just get a whole bunch of cards to hand. And there's no limit to hand size. So I also love card games that let me just hold a mitt full of cards and tons of options. I think it's fun. So this has that. I just gonna make sure all the cards are facing the right way. Yeah.
Yes, Dragon says no ranger left behind. Exactly.
No ranger left behind.
Exactly. We're a team here.
We also have this ranger token. Mine is the yellow. Mel's is the purple. This is a token that allows you, some cards will require you to get this onto a card using a test. And this also gives +1 to other rangers who are trying a test on that card. So that's what that is, kind of the ranger token. You'll see that in use, I'm sure, soon. But it just kind of symbolizes your focus on a single thing in the game. And helping all the rangers. And sometimes it's required for all the rangers to get their token on a card to progress. It's not just about adding progress to cards or harm to cards. And this game's not about, like in the rulebook even described, like understand that yes, you can harm things and you can progress things, but don't think of it as like you're dealing damage and reducing hit points. It could be just things get harmed by the environment, and sometimes you have to smack a bear on a head to get it out of your trash, get that raccoon off your porch. You might have to smack it with the broom, right? So that could be what harm is, or just like pollution or whatever. There's like all different kinds of reasons. But it's kind of like abstracted. So this is harm, this is progress, and these are the generic tokens. You can't have a card game without generic tokens. So this will be used to count quantities of things or uses on gear and stuff like that. And then here's all your aspects. So we just have this tray here. I don't think we need it. Sometimes you do get extra. You can go over. So I might gain 2 awareness during a turn that I could spend. But I think when I rest or refresh, I always go back to 1. I'm pretty sure.
I don't think I have any current ways to add additional tokens, but maybe in the future.
Yeah. Okay. I guess
we're good.
I guess we talked about the round structure a little bit. So we're going to jump into mission 1. It'll set up the location. It'll set up the path deck that we have to explore, and it'll give us some kind of guidance, I'm sure. I don't know. I've never played that, but we'll find out. So again, thank you for joining us and experiencing this live with us. Should be interesting. Hopefully we get everything correct. But step 1 in a round. Okay, and there's multiple rounds in a day, but when the day ends, whether the campaign tells you the day ends, a mission tells you the day ends, you pissed off a character in the game and they tell you your day's over, you fatigued out, you got injured, or you decide to camp. Many ways can end your day, and we're not even sure how it's going to end, which is so fun. Okay, so fun. I don't know what we're getting into today, which is so fun. But the path cards are first. So at the start of every round, you'll draw a new card off of a common deck. Where have I seen that before? Anyways, so we each draw a card depending on the players. So it scales well for multiple players because you'll be drawing cards based on player count. Makes sense. And some of those things could be features. So they could be, I don't know, they could be like the wind or a river or a strong current or whatever that you might have to deal with. Or you could draw a being. It could just be a person that lives nearby, who's adventuring out in the wilderness. It could be a random, rodent. It could be a predator. It could be prey. It could be whatever from the environment. Some kind of wilderness, whatever. It could be a caveman. I don't even know what we're going to find. Then you take turns, and there's many turns in a round. So again, many rounds in a day, which is a session, and then many turns in a round. Okay? And you play turns in a round until you decide to rest. And on a turn, you could play a card. That's it. Turns are super quick, usually. Obviously, if there's a lot of cards in play, deciding on what to do on a turn, and a lot of cards in your hand and stuff, could be very daunting. But we will be playing a card or performing a test, not both. I think, right? It's one or the other.
Yep,
or resting. And resting is just saying, I'm done for the round. I'll wait for the rest of you guys to finish. And you just kind of sit there and wait. That's it. Yes, at the start of your turn or at the end of your turn, or at the start or the end of another ranger's turn, you can exhaust cards to do effects or any kind of abilities you have on cards. You can use those at those times. You can't use them during a test. You can't use them during playing a card, kind of idea. But you will do more things on your turn once you build up a board of equipment and stuff than just playing a card, pass, or performing a test, pass. And the test system in this game, it's neat. I don't know. And I'm sure there's some of this in like Arkham LCG or whatever. But the cool twist, and I can't wait to show you guys this, and I hope it shows it in this session really well, because in our mission yesterday, it kind of wowed me a little bit, but it sent us to like full breadth of a location in the game and all that stuff. And it was fully set up. I'm sure today it'll ease us into it. But after you pull a test, so picture like Arkham Horror, you pull a chip from the bag and you find out you got a +1, yay, you pass the test, you fail the test, whatever, okay? And then you put some damage tokens on the monster, or you collect some clues, okay? Your turn, Mel, right? Or maybe I'll do that again, pass another test, collect some more clues, your turn, Mel. In this, when you pass a test and you pull that chip from the bag, aka flip a challenge card, it will, based on one of 3 random little symbols here at the bottom, it will kind of move the environment, bring it to life. So there are things in the environment that will react to that card that got revealed. So it could be water moving. It could be a predator kind of starts hunting down a little squirrel running around. It could be the fish migrating this way. It could be a plant releasing some pollen that then affects things in its area. It could mean prey, like a herbivore decides to eat a plant if it's near it. And then some kind of effect where the plant then does something. Like all these things happen in the world and things evolve as we play and time passes by us doing tests. The weather will affect you randomly based on cards that are pulled, and it feels like alive. It's neat. Feels alive. It's really neat. And it's clever the way they did it, and I like it so far. Could get annoying over time because there's a lot to like check and remember and order and stuff to it. I'm sure it could get easier to do it, and we'll kind of learn areas and learn the wildlife and how it reacts. But I can see kind of the fun of adventuring is different wildlife and different environments in different areas and different paths we travel on will react different and behave different that we'll start to learn in this world, which the potential to blow my mind is there. I hope they can do it. So yeah, so make it feel like kind of like a living, breathing video game world too, but like in a board game is neat, or in a card game. And then anytime you have enough progress on a location or more, just like Lord of the Rings LCG, you can travel. And what that does is clean up the area, and you then move to a new area. And that's the point where you could decide to camp and end your day if you want, or continue and set up the next area, set up the next pack deck, and engage in the next area and world and play some more. But then you could go and do that and maybe don't have enough cards left in your deck because you don't reset that, I don't think.
No.
So you might get to that new place and you don't really have much to do and you're almost fatigued out, which is fine. You can do that.
But maybe you gathered some information by that.
Yeah, but if you camp, you'll clear away all your stuff and end the day and put everything away, and you don't have any injuries and you rest up. Anytime you end the day, you kind of reset the game. But the cool part about camping is you decide when to travel, you decide when to camp, and then you can adjust your deck with rewards that you've unlocked. We have no rewards right now. Hopefully we get some soon and start tweaking our decks, but I've barely even seen half my cards, so I will see what happens. But
I read through some of them yesterday. But
then after a bunch of turns are finished, you will refresh, where you just ready up all the cards in play, you gain all your energy tokens back to spend on things next turn, and you draw a new card. That's it. That's kind of how the game flows.
Dragon has a good point and says the joy of the game is the journey, not defeating the final boss.
Yes,
and that's exactly
correct.
it. Yeah. It's like just experiencing the world and seeing what it has to offer.
And that's why, Dragon, I was kind of like interested in this game because the ideas behind it. And that's why I don't know if it's coming across, but I'm a little passionate about it, even though I don't know tons about it. But the idea there and the potential there, and kind of that's why I wanted to go in the backstory and describe like how the how Andrew kind of his influences and why he's created the game and stuff, because I want you to understand that as we're playing it. It's going to be weird. It's going to feel very different, I think, compared to other LCGs, but also similar. But the whole world and like what we're doing, it's like, it's neat. Will it work? I don't know. Again, we could play 10 sessions and just like, this is kind of boring and lame.
Or it could get repetitive.
And it could get repetitive, could not be interesting. I don't know if it'll hit. We'll find out.
Yeah.
But again, we're playing blind. I'm excited to try it. So I hope we have a bunch of fun as we play it. And yeah. But yeah, it's definitely different. So keep that in mind. Keep an open mind as we're playing this. Because yes, it is not about, oh, here's the mini boss. All right, did we build up all our weapons? Let's stab it to death. Okay, are we ready for the final boss? Oh no, we're not. We're all gonna die. No, I don't think so. We're just like rangers. We're, just forest rangers helping people find their lost dogs. I don't know. Maybe that sucks. We'll find out. All right. I don't know. We'll find out. So again, we're skipping the prologue, but the prologue is recommended if you have people at the table who've never played the game before. But the problem with the prologue, it first tells you you can't play the prologue unless you know the whole rule book and the whole rule set. Because unfortunately, the prologue doesn't teach you the rules. The prologue is literally there to design a deck and put your deck together to get you started with a little bit of help in the story. And it does go through a few turns, but it does change the rules. And that bothers me. So it's not a good learn to play because it doesn't teach you the basics of the game like it should. It's literally just a way to get your deck put together. So if you understand that going in, it's fine. But I still found it was confusing. It didn't help me learn the game. The best way was to just literally read the rules. Unfortunately, we've got to read the rules. Somebody at the table has to really know that rule book well. And you probably struggle until you play the game. So it's one of those games where like, read the rules, half of it sinks in, play the game, look up rules, read the rules again after you play it, and then it all kind of comes together.
Yeah.
Because again, with no learn to play, unfortunately, it's tough. But again, there's pre-made scenarios online that you can play before jumping into a campaign. And there's also pre-made decks. So you don't have to worry about the prologue and making the right choices and all that stuff. So the prologue also has some story in it, but it's more the story of like your history and like, oh, you're growing up and you're kind of like role-playing style. Like, oh, you're here. What kind of things did you like when you were a child? Oh, if that's what you liked, you're going to put this background in your deck and choose from these cards. Oh, you're at ranger school and what do you like? This aspect or that aspect? Are you this type? It's like a personality test basically. And then that's where you pick your cards from. So that's all the prologue is, but there is some story in there if you want to read about it to kind of let you know about rangers and their upbringing and all that stuff. But we're not going to read that. I think we got enough story building stuff already. I think we're like an hour and a half into stream. You're probably like, come on, show me the damn game.
I don't know. Some people are like, did I miss much? No, we're just getting started, technically.
You missed a lot of background of the game.
The history and stuff.
But again, we're skipping the whole prologue where we would be working through building a deck and playing with half a deck and trying out tests in the game and stuff. Screw it. You're going to see the first mission here and we're going to get right into the campaign. And yeah. But anyways, yeah. Which class is Slytherin? Matthew, thank you for the super chat. Here's to skip in the prologue.
Thank you, Matthew.
Yeah, thank you.
Matthew's like, just let's see the game.
Dragon, yes. The prologue sounds like the start of playing the game, computer game Ultima. Man, in the 90s, I had a friend who was like obsessed with those Ultima games. They look so cool, but like they scared me. So they looked addictive. So I did play a little bit of them. I forget which one. I don't know. There's like 100 of those games. I feel like even in like the 90s, there's already like a handful of them. But yeah, Ultimas are cool. But yeah.
Oh, there's Matthew's super chat. Thank you again, Matthew. Thank you.
Okay. So
for...
Matthew's interrupting us here. We're trying to read the mission, Matthew. Jeez.
Thank you.
How inconsiderate. All right, so missions. To start your campaign, perform the first 4 steps of setup on page 10 of the rule book.
You want to do it in there, or do you want me to have it here?
I could probably just jump to it on here if I know the page number.
Page 10, yep.
Yeah, so if I do this, it told me page 10, so let's go to page 10. So again, this is how you'd experience the game if you're starting and you had one person at the table who knew what they were doing. We have no people at the table who know what we're doing.
I mean, maybe we're like a half a person that knows what we're doing.
Yeah, maybe like together we're like half a person. So
we have both read the rule book twice.
So if I'm struggling,
maybe more.
If I'm struggling and you're frustrated, please understand I'm not approaching the game the way that they recommend to approach the game. I'm approaching the game based on my experience with games like this and how best I get into games. So understand that, which might appeal to you. It just shows you different options. Because I'm sure if you go watch the publishers play the game or describe the game, they will tell you to go through the prologue and do all that stuff like the rulebook does. I'm good. So if you're starting a brand new campaign, go to the Get Starting section on page 9 to choose one of the options listed there. All that tells you is either start with the prologue or go right into mission 1 if you know what you're doing. But if you don't know what you're doing with deck building, go to the prologue. There is a couple pages in the rulebook that describes deck building and will help you build a deck too. So you can do that if you don't care about going through the prologue. And you can just put a deck together. And it makes sense. Like I read through it, I'm like, okay, this is pretty helpful actually. I just wish it ended with, here's a pre-built deck for you in the rulebook, or go to this page and just grab a pre-built deck if you don't want to deal with this stuff. But they do have it on their website, like I showed you. Link down below. All right, set up player areas. Place your aspect card, we already did that. Roll card, common test reference card in your player area. Shuffle your ranger deck.
Oh, I should do
Holy,
that.
we got to shuffle our deck. Place a number of energy tokens equal to the corresponding aspect values on your aspect card. Then we're going to draw our starting hands. And yes, they did the proper mulligan rules that you should use nowadays. Is keep whatever you want in your hand, just put the rest to the side, draw new cards, shuffle it all back in. Simple, easy, that's the way it should be. And I like it. So basically it's Arkham Horror does that one too. That's like the mulligans the way they kind of should be. Kind of grab what you need. I don't really know what I need, so I don't know. We'll find out, but.
I mean, I did read through most of my cards, so I think I know which ones are like kind of my key cards.
And then what we'll do is elect the lead ranger and then shuffle the challenge deck. And we'll go down to the table and do that 1 second.
Do you want to be lead ranger?
Sure, I can be lead ranger, which doesn't mean I go first all the time or anything. But every round, every new round, you can decide who goes first at the table, and then you can go whichever order you want. But you're not allowed to take, the same player can't take the same turn twice in a row. If they do, they have to exhaust their ranger roll card. If they really need to do it once. So obviously you can't do it multiple times in the same round. But since we're playing 2-player, we'll just decide every time, like, actually we can't. We just decide each round who's going first.
Right.
And then we just go around and around for the rest of the game.
Yeah, based on what's happening in the world and who needs to go first. Maybe there's a reason why somebody needs to go first over someone else.
Yeah, but you can only do that each round.
Yeah.
But yeah, lead ranger just means I make final decisions. And also when we're setting up a location, there's sometimes they'll tell the lead ranger to do this, and then other rangers do this. Kind of like the lead investigator stuff sometimes. You never know, like something could show up and punish the lead investigator or not. Be good for the lead investigator, you never know. So I'll just be lead investigator, sure. I mean, lead ranger.
I didn't even catch that.
I'm just trolling. Anyways.
All right.
Adam says, hey, Rob Mel, did you pick up any good board games on Black Friday? I did place an order on Black Friday, but again, please understand that a lot of places like do fake Black Friday deals where they're like raise the prices 2 weeks ago and then put them on sale because you won't notice, which aren't really a sale. They're just back to the regular price. So Black Friday is a scam, I've learned over the years. But I did find some games from a trusted local game store that I know what price they were at because I've been following them for a while. And yes, I did place an order of a few games. Yeah, Board Game Oracle to help with price history. Yeah, you can find the jerk faces that do fake sales on there. Or who overprice their stuff generally and their sales just equal normal retail price. But yeah, I did buy a few games. Stay tuned. Some of them will play on the channel. Some definitely not. They're definitely for playing with our other play group or kids and families and stuff.
Yeah.
So we'll see, but you never know. And I kind of don't even remember most of them. But it was a big order. I wish I could have got other games, but they were out of stock. So unfortunately, when it's popular, it's hard to grab everything you want on an order. But yeah, so my board game budget for the month is blown. So don't tell me about another game I need to buy because I'm not.
I mean, the month is almost over. You're lucky.
Listen.
Shut
it.
So there's Black Friday, but here in Canada we have Boxing Day, which is after Christmas,
which is like a second Black Friday.
Yeah.
So I'll probably place another order then.
So that's the December.
Where there'll be discounts on everything the day after Christmas. So I stay up on Christmas till midnight because there's a few local game stores that their online section. They'll put a whole bunch of sales online right at midnight. So literally, if you're not on at midnight and like grab the stuff, then it's gone. Any of the popular things. So, and they have like door crashers and things, so it's fun. But yeah, it's not all junk. Some places just do sales and try to get rid of all their old junk. They're out of print stuff that nobody cares about anymore. But I like the stores that actually buy up stock of new games and save them to the side to then use them as loss leaders to pull people into their sales. I like that.
Well, so many stores have free shipping if you get to this much money, right? So you put those on sale, but they need to make the order to get to free shipping. So
Oh yeah, Yogi does know one game that I added on. I said I would throw it on the next order, and I did.
Oh, so Yogi knows.
Yeah, the Castle's the Burgundy one, right? That's the one.
Oh, you just spoiled it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Just kidding.
People are bugging me to play that like a year ago, and I kept saying like eventually I'll get it, and then I saw there's two versions, and I got confused. But then there's also like Castles of Mad King Ludwig, and like the super epic versions of Castles of Burgundy now, and all this stuff. So I just bought the basic one. Yeah, I know Kate was one of those people bugging me about it before, saying like, "What the hell's wrong with you? You haven't played it." So I did order it. I just ordered the base one, the little red box or whatever. So not the super $200 ball-in one that I saw also on sale. Because yeah. So yeah. Anyways, Yogi says this is for biscuits, not board games.
Yogi, that is so generous.
Thank you for the
thank you.
$100.
Wow.
Aussie dollars. Thank you so much, Yogi.
And you would like us to buy only cookies?
Oh, no, biscuits.
Biscuits. Is biscuits not a cookie technically?
I think I know what the biscuits is about. I know from looking up rules and stuff. There's a mission based around biscuits.
Oh.
Yes, I know this.
Oh, and Janice popped the 4 yogis. Not sure why Streamlabs is doing that, but Janet, thank you so much.
Yogi, thank you so much.
Yogi, thank you. That is so generous.
Janet, thank you for the 5 memberships too. That is crazy.
Thank you so much.
Too generous. You don't have to do that. I appreciate it.
You guys are just excited, I guess. Yeah, we have over 100 people in the chat.
What is wrong with you people?
Thank you guys so much.
What is wrong with you people?
Thank you.
And thank you all 61 of you who clicked the like button. Much appreciated.
Wow. Thank you for the support. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
I guess they're trying to say they want us to buy more board games.
I know. I'm just saying I budget, right? I'm trying to teach you guys, like, you can't just buy everything. Like, you got to budget, right?
Yep. Thank you so much.
Also, don't try to stream your board games because that adds an extra cost to your board gaming. Surprise. I didn't realize. So I can't spend all my money on games anymore. And sleeves. It has to be on also technology. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You guys are funny. Okay.
I've drawn my hand. I've mulliganed.
Oh yeah, that's what we're doing.
Yeah. And I've shuffled this deck here.
Sorry, I'm flustered all of a sudden.
I know.
People flash money in my face and I get distracted. Okay, anyways, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, Brian, that's so sweet. Brian says, best of both worlds for me. I love this game and I enjoy you guys. Oh, thank you.
I appreciate it. I don't know why, but
and I'm at work getting paid for it. I mean, hey, you're winning life right now.
You're winning, Brian. You're doing it right. You're doing it right.
Oh, another Brian Walbridge. Hello. Says just managed to get Cynthia on a budget. Oh no. Cynthia's in the chat, so be careful what you say.
Basically what you're saying is you don't let Cynthia out of the house and you took away any access to the internet. Is that what you did?
I mean, other than chatting in our chat, because she's here.
Yeah. Because man, going on the internet or going to the local board game store, there's influences all over the place.
Yep.
But she's obviously watching us right now, and I'm also can be one of those influences, whether I want to be or not. So yeah. Like, oh, there's a sale today. Sorry, Cynthia, we're doing this instead. We can't go there. I'm sorry. He gets the dog to sit on her.
Oh, you agreed to this budget. Okay. It's a consensual budget.
Okay.
Nice.
Brian, just make sure you're checking anything that Cynthia prepares for you. So if she offers to like make your tea for you, just be careful that she's not putting anything extra in there for you. Be safe. So just be careful, because an obsessed board gamer, you don't want to try to mess with their hobby. Okay, just be careful. Yeah. Why does this tea taste a little funny? Tastes like it's burning.
Burning your inside?
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Shh, don't give me away, Rosh.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll give you the stuff that works. It's odorless and tasteless.
Hey now.
I mean what?
Don't you need a partner in your playthroughs? You don't want to play solo all the time, do you?
I'm joking. You don't stop me. So I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
But yeah, tune into my After Dark stream. So I'll teach you how to. You can play all the board games you want and buy them all you want. I'm just joking.
Oh, that's funny. Well, while you're picking your cards that you were mulliganing, if any, RV does say, I do have to say that I enjoy your playthroughs. And as I said before, I enjoy that you talk about the small things that annoyed you as well as the usual good and bad game of the gameplay. Yeah, which is exactly what he prides himself on. He wants to tell you everything about the game, the good, the bad.
Yeah, I like you to judge on your own what you see, but some kid doesn't come across in a playthrough on the internet, right? And I know there's channels out there that are just about telling you about the awesome games they bought and why they're awesome, and also trying to please the publishers that send them games and pay them to play their games and stuff like that, right? They have a living that they have to protect. So I like to point out everything about a game, what I love, what I don't, to just give you information. And as a consumer, like, things will annoy me, and there's so many games you could buy every single day. There's new games, old games, great games, mediocre, bad games, games that you might find awesome that I find bad. There's a game for everybody, right? And there's many of them. So like sometimes all I need is like the card quality in a game to piss me off enough that's like, I would rather have just bought this game because it feels nicer that they put care into the game, or you know, the learn to play guide or how to teach new players the game, they put extra effort in there. I'm going to support that game over this game. I like those little things sometimes to point out, because sometimes you just need to use something to help you not go wild, you know?
Yeah.
And just buy every game has a reason why you want to buy it, right? But like, it's the reasons why not to buy them too that need to be talked about. But again, those reasons are different for every single person based on all your personal variables that are different from mine. Mm-hmm. So that's why I do what I do. There you go.
Matthew, thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm treating Rob like an entertainer or performer. Yep, that's fine.
Dance, monkey.
Yeah, something to laugh at. Are you not entertained? I don't know. So here's what I have in my hand. Okay, let me just show you some of these cards. This will help teach too. Okay, cards. Standard collectible card game layouts basically here. We have card title. We have traits and card types. So the non-italicized word, this is a moment. So I forgot about the basics of this card game, but obviously we'll teach as we go. This is the cost to play it. We talked about the cost of spending tokens from your little colorful card here. So for me to play this card, it costs 2 fitness. So that would be all my fitness for a round. Okay. But it's a moment. A moment is basically just an event from other games, right? It's a one-time play, goes to your discard pile, does some kind of flashy effect. It's also traded with experience. Doesn't mean anything on the card, but could be referenced by other cards in the game. You might have a piece of gear in play that says, every time you play an experience, you gain back a fitness or something, you know, like some kind of engine, right? So that's what's at the top. Then you have beautiful art. The art in this game, I don't know what it is. It's like kind of comic booky, but like the quality, the colorfulness, the beautifulness, the graphic design of the templating, it's clean. I love it. I love the look of this game. I love everything that whoever artist and graphic designers of this game, you guys, if you're watching, like, love it. Love it. Anyways, cardstock quality though, there's issues with that. I'll be honest, a lot of my cards are curling, even in sleeves. There's too much ink put on too weak of cardstock, but it is environmentally friendly, probably very expensive printing. So hopefully in future printings, they kind of make thicker cards maybe. But in sleeves they're fine, but they do curl. Like I have a whole bunch that are like curling already, literally when I pulled them out of the box. And a lot of people are having problems with that, so just FYI. But it's still functional as long as you sleeve it. It should all be good. But just FYI, I forgot to mention that too. Here is the requirement. So this little number down here on the left, this 2 fitness, that is not a cost to play it. That is the cost, the minimum requirement of putting it in your deck. So if I am a character, I built a deck with like, you know, the values here. This is what I talked about before, where I can't put this card in my deck unless I have at least 2 fitness. So I can't play Homeward Bound. And it makes sense because like if I only had 1 fitness, it would be really hard to play a card with 2 fitness, right? But it also helps make each aspect, each background, each specialty and all that feel unique because you're pulling from unique cards and stuff, right? Down here's an ability. This one's super straightforward. It's 1 line. Move all progress from a being to a feature. Being is a card type. A trait or a type of a card, and a feature is a type of a card. And then there is flavor text all over the place. And I like the way it's in like almost the same size as the regular text, so it's not too small, which I like. But yeah, flavor text all over the place to help you get into the world if you want. And then there's the set the card came from and the number in the set. If you're looking for cards or where to put them, or you accidentally mix some stuff together or dropped your box, everything is divided into sets, and the game comes, and I'm ready to blow your mind with this core set. Everything comes with dividers, okay? So we have dividers for every set. So there's path cards, this is the river set. You know, I got path cards here. This is the lakeshore set. And it comes with this insert. It's super basic, environmentally friendly, all cardboard, paper, degradable, biodegradable, all that stuff. So it's nothing fancy and flashy for an insert, but it gets the job done. Trying to be environmentally friendly, not like, you know, unrecyclable plastics that most inserts are and stuff, like one-time use plastics and stuff. Yeah, and little dividers here to keep my rewards. Here's a bunch of player cards, some of them sleeves, some of them not, for all the different backgrounds and aspects. But yeah, this is all right here is all the cards we could be pulling from during a playthrough, building different path decks and sets. I got weather cards in here, mission cards, location cards, all that stuff is here. Here's the deck. So I have the 2 other ranger decks I built that we could play with, and they're little dividers to keep them separated, including cards you pulled out of the deck. So you have like displaced cards. And over here is decks that are in cards that are in the collection for player cards, but we're not using right now, but we could have to pull from, but they shouldn't really be touched too often. And then here's all the rewards in the game. So these are all cards that we could earn in the game, a whole campaign that will unlock, and then we could put into our decks, and then we save our decks here. So that's kind of the flow of the little box that it comes with. I'm sure I'm not storing it the best, but it works, I think. So you gotta keep the box nearby, because even during a playthrough, you will need to pull from different sets, because we don't know where we're going. We don't know. We might be in this location for a few rounds and still have tons of fatigue left, or our deck left, and we might venture to somewhere we're not even sure about, or a mission might tell us we have to go somewhere, but we say we don't want to go there, we want to go here. So you kind of need everything together. It's not like Arkham or Lord of the Rings, where you can pre-build your little scenario and kind of keep it locked, and you're only going to pull from those cards in one deck box. You literally might be pulling from the whole collection, even multiple times during a playthrough, which is interesting. That adds to that whole open worldness of it, which is cool. Back to my cards. So that's a moment. Here's an attribute card. These are basically skill cards, I think they're called, in Arkham Horror LCG. Mm-hmm. I forgot to mention, these are attribute icons. So when you're playing skill tests, these are the skill icons, basically are called attribute icons in this game, that you commit to a test. So if I'm doing a connection test, I have to spend at least 1 spirit energy, and I can spend as much as I want. Then I can commit from my hand any attribute card. So any card that has these symbols on them can be used just for their attributes in a skill test, just like Arkham Horror, the LCG, and you ignore everything else on the card. You don't have to pay for the card, you just commit it to the test and it's gone, discarded. These attribute cards are based all around the skills, that's all they do. And they can have abilities that are related to succeeding at a test. So that's why they don't have a cost, because they're just committed to tests. They're not played, they're part of tests on your turn that you can do, not part of playing cards, which you could do instead of doing tests. Okay, they're different, right? So that's an attribute card. Okay, I have one of those in my hand. I also have an attachment. So I could put this into play, attach it to another card, or I could just commit it to a connection test, for example, to give me more hearts to pet the bear on the head there. And this would attach to a predator, remove their predator trait. And then as an effect, I could have a response. So just like all the good FFG stuff, we got responses, we got before, after triggers, during triggers, all the good stuff that I like. That's just good templating, good formatting, which I like. So this says before a challenge effect on the attached card. If the attached card would resolve, so basically, if the bear this is attached to, I make him not a predator. But if for some reason he wants to bite my hand every time the sun gets too hot or something, I could discard some progress off of it to smack him on the nose to say, don't do that. Okay, for real. That's like a thing, basically. Not exactly, but it's kind of what we've seen already. It's cool. I have like every single kind of card in my hand. This is cool. Easy for teaching. This is gear. Gear goes down in my play area and just stays in play. And I will add tokens to my gear. Ready to blow your mind. So this card uses generic tokens to track its buffers. So I put tokens on here, and then there's a way on gear to use these buffers to kind of make gear limited. There are ways to put tokens back on gear, again, or I could use this in a test and just discard it for that attribute icon to help me pass a test. Okay, so cards are multi-use. And then this card has the traits Tech and Aid. So we saw that other card that helped with Aid on my Ranger ability. That would help me put tokens on an Aid card.
On your gear, just mention the numbers here.
Oh, yes. Which I will forget, and you guys will yell at me like every other game I play, every other dungeon crawler, RPG, anything. There are limits to what equipment you can have. So there are 5 little squares there. I don't know if you can see them. Maybe on this card it's not the greatest because it's orange on yellow. But there's 2 orange squares there, but there's also 3 empty squares beside it. So you by default have a limit of 3 equipment, not slots, but value. So if I have one piece of equipment, one gear that I've played that literally has 5 squares filled, I can only have 5 squares worth of equipment. So that's the only equipment I can play. I can discard it at any time and replace it, which I love. There's no requirements. Even when it's empty, I don't have to get rid of it because I might be able to put more tokens on it. But if I play another card that say needs 4 equipment requirement, I would have to discard this because I'm over my limit of 5. So every piece of equipment has like a rating of how much of that 5 it takes up, but that is the limit. So I will forget to look at that sometimes, and I'm sure I don't think I've played much gear yet. I might not even have 5 worth of gear.
You probably don't have expensive gear yet anyways.
Yeah, but that is a thing we need to pay attention to. So there are limits. And yeah, that's really all that's going on here. A couple attribute cards. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going to mulligan this one because I already have one in my hand, and it's kind of like a payoff later card. Yeah, I think I'm going to get rid of both, actually. I have no idea what we're doing. I'm just going based on like our play yesterday and like kind of what I've seen in the deck already, but I still...
Yeah, because like you have this, but if there's no predators to attach and wherever we're going...
that was so good.
Mulligan for your doggo, says Janet.
Yeah,
Janet knows your...
No, listen, not the doggo. My favorite is the ferret, okay? I like the ferret, but the doggo is good too. They're both awesome. But that's exactly what I was thinking. I need one of them. I want. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, let's just get rid of all this. And this. And I'll take the hiking gear. Let's just keep the hiking gear. I don't know. So I need to draw 5 more cards. Maybe I can show you guys some more stuff. So here's another moment. This one has a response. So I play it for 1 fitness after you succeed at a connect test. I think my deck is all focused on connecting is like what I'm good at. Out of the 4 common tests, you're good at traversing, right? Like
yep.
That's yours.
Yep.
And then we both can do remembering and awareness I suck at. So I'm not going to be avoiding much, but Mel can do that a little better than me.
Yeah, I'm just not focused.
Yep. Get with it.
I know, right? Oh, Janet's playing your deck in her playthrough. Oh, okay, that's cool.
Oh,
so Janet will be able to help you if you have any questions.
Yes, please, Janet.
Oh, look at this dog.
So I basically like looked at this deck and based on, I forgot to read the descriptions of our backgrounds and specialties. I will do that in a second. So you understand, like, because again, we skipped the prologue, so you're not getting like the why these backgrounds exist and why these specialties are and what they're good at. But they have a nice little paragraph describing each one and like what they are in the rule book. I'll show you this. It's really neat what they did. But yeah, this is what I got. More attribute cards. Oh, look at this.
What is that?
So this one you can see better. It has 2 equipment slots out of 5. It's an intention translator. So basically I can tell if you're lying. Is that what this is? When a ranger performs a connect test, commit 1 effort. I can exhaust it to use up charges. So it helps me connect to you.
Yeah.
This feels like cheating. But yeah, okay, cool. So these will get shuffled back in. This is my hand. Yeah, I forgot to read that. I want to do that on stream too. Sorry guys, more reading. I'm so sorry. But I want to show you guys like...
Those ones are really quick though.
Yeah, I just want to show you like the care and like what they put in and how they're trying to help the player. You know, if you wanted to build a deck, why you'd be picking a certain faction and stuff. You don't need to play the prologue. It is in the rulebook. A little cool thing that they did do nice that I like. You have the rulebook?
I do.
I just want to show you physically here. So in the rulebook, after you're done reading all about additional concepts, card anatomy, I mean, the rulebook is beautiful though. Keywords, okay. How to play a campaign, weather decks, customizing your deck, okay, if you want to like, you're changing it during the game. Here's creating your ranger. It talks about the aspects, personalities, choosing your background. It references, if you want to read more about the background, which is really neat, or the specialty, they actually included here. So I love this, okay? And why I love this, I did it a little bit, but I will do it more later, I'm sure. Between play sessions, our cards will be put away in a box, okay? I might be somewhere on my phone. I might be laying on the couch, just chilling. I'm done for the day, but I still will pull out a rule book sometimes, just browse through, or I'll go online, read about a game or something. But without me having to get out all the cards for the game or the core set, if I want to read all about the artisan background, I can go online, look at the PDF of this, or I can read this book. And I was like literally laying on the couch, and I was just reading through here, like, what is the background artisan? So these are all the artisan cards in the game, and it has all the stats, the art, the ability, the costs, all that stuff is right here. So you don't have to get out the cards like Yogi and spread them all out on the table and look like a crazy, like investigator, like you're solving a crime with all the evidence spread out on the floor. You can sit there and read about the 4 backgrounds in the game. And I'm going to read these about the background. So again, this is like your life growing up. And these are the cards in the game that are tied to that. And not every card can go with every specialty. And again, specialties are what you learn at Ranger School. And the specialties are here too. And all the cards for each specialty are in the book. So if you want to literally look through the card pool, you don't need to get out your binders of cards. You don't need to get out your box and spread them out and mess with your whole collection. So even I, after playing today and after playing my next playthrough, if I want to learn more about like the Conciliator, for example, which I am playing as, but the Shaper, for example, the Shaper is like the wizard, right? It says it's for more advanced, so that's why I'm not playing with it yet, but I want to try it out. But if you want to read all about what a Shaper is and all the cards that are there before you go and like build a deck or get the game out or whatever, it's cool that it's right in the rule book. And games don't do that ever. You have to use those third-party RangerDB websites or ArkhamDB, and then you browse your cards in there. Like, you need fans to make that stuff, to make it easily accessible to read. I love the way it's all right here, and I think it's really cool. So I'm going to read these little things so you understand. Just the ones for our our decks are built from. So I have a Conciliator, and my background is I believe Artist, or is it Shepherd? No, it's Shepherd, I think. Because this,
yeah, you have Shepherd.
Yeah, but the Artisan I think is my
oh yeah.
Well, what's that called? My outside interest.
Oh yeah.
So it's really cool. So you determine your aspects, you get your personality, which is built from your background set and your specialty deck. And then you get to take one card from the whole set that you can put in your deck. So it could be from any card, as long as you have the right stats to be able to put it in your deck. So obviously, if you're not an expert shaper, you can't take an expert traded shaper card that has a higher fitness cost than you can afford or whatever. But they do have recommended ones here if you're very, you don't want to look through the whole card pool. Just grab these cards and pick from them. I was going to do a stream where we like play through the prologue and you guys vote and we pick things and we pick from these cards and all this stuff, but I decided not to because already it's long-winded and we're not even doing that before we get into the game. But I just want to show that this is here for those who like maybe are like me who get like overwhelmed by deck building and putting a deck together for these kind of games. You like the starter decks, you like the pre-built decks. I mean, it's not hard to read through this and kind of get an idea and then play through the prologue. But I'll read my specialty, or my background is, I'm going to actually just peek at my deck and then shuffle again. Yeah, Shepherd is my background, but I do have an outside interest of one card that's in there from the Artisan set. I think it's these Hiking Greaves. I'm pretty sure that's why that's there, unless I mess something up. Okay, so my background is Artisan. Actually, these I can bring up on here. And that was page like 30. Oh, why you no scroll? Yeah, it's like I don't know. I need to like compress the PDF or something. Because it's like very chunky. And it's like scrolling is like not working well. But yeah, it's probably because I'm doing it in a browser. So I am background shepherd, right? Which is 36. Yeah, let's do that. So background shepherd. So in your early life, you tended a flock of iron wool sheep in the rolling meadows of southwestern valley. You have a natural affinity for animals, both tame and wild. Shepherd cards typically affect beings and can help you interact with and pacify predators in non-violent ways. So kind of like in Arkham, the way you could go in with guns and shoot, you know, Cthulhu in the face, or you can throw a banana peel down and trip Cthulhu and run away by using evading, are both valid ways of dealing with threats. This also has multiple ways to deal with kind of the same thing. So it sounds like I'm doing the kind of evading way with Shepherd. The valley shepherds tend the flocks of iron wool sheep that roam the grassy hills near the village of Meadow. The shepherding tradition among the valley dwellers is long and storied. Long before they settled the valley, they tended iron wool sheep. Years spent in solitude provides one with a considerable amount of time to contemplate the nature of existence. As such, regardless of their chosen path, shepherds have considered all options and thus apply themselves fully to their chosen discipline. So again, that's just my background, right? You pick cards from that set. And then my specialty, so what I learned at Ranger School, I am a conciliator, which is page 40. So first you pick your background cards when you're building a deck, then you pick your specialty to pull from. So even before you joined the Rangers, you were dedicated to helping the communities of the Valley, aiding anyone in need in matters of great and small. As a conciliator, you are a natural meditator and protector and share a deep connection with other Valley dwellers. Having spent many years in their company, conciliator cards specialize in connecting with the villagers, protecting them from predators, and navigating the habitat areas of the Valley. Life as a conciliator, if I'm even saying that right, sometimes, even in a place as idyllic as the Valley, there are grievances, and sometimes those grievances cannot be solved without the help of an impartial mediator known as a conciliator. The conciliators of the Valley are responsible for maintaining peace in their communities and facilitating communication between people. Conciliators work side by side with the elders, heeding their wisdom and applying it as needs arise. Typically, a conciliator will meet with the elders weekly to discuss any notable events within the community and to strategize on how to improve harmony and assist any villager who might be in distress. Conciliators also serve as protectors. If a predator is spotted near a village, they will go out to meet it rather than peacefully encourage it to seek new hunting grounds or to give it a solid whack with a thumper. This is where I was getting this stuff from because I read this before. How I was trying to describe what you could do in the game. Both methods have proven equally effective. Conciliators who join the Rangers come well equipped as they already have years of experience providing aid to those in need. So Mel, what is your background?
I am an explorer and a traveler.
So your background is traveler.
Yep.
So I'm going to go to 37.
Do you mind muting my mic while you read that? I'm just going to
Yep.
go to the bathroom.
Mel doesn't care to know about her own background.
You read it yesterday.
She lived this life. She knows all about her raising there.
Travelers.
All right. Your early life was spent walking the footpaths of the valley from village to village or even journey outside of it. As such, you feel most at home when you're on the move. Traveler cards revolve primarily around making the most out of moment cards. So Mel is focused on like those event cards, those one-time play cards. She will be using and abusing those is her focus. Me, I have like little pets and I'm good with animals, which is cool. So life as a traveler. The Valley's travelers are typically responsible for transporting goods and materials between villages and for disseminating important information to those they encounter. Most Valley dwellers don't travel far beyond their home village, so it's the travelers who help the wider community remain connected. Given their often social nature, some travelers are drawn toward the life of a conciliator. So it's trying to tell you here some deck building if you want. Probably is if you took the background of traveler, you're good to look at maybe using conciliator, but it says many others become explorers, shapers, in wandering new paths of both conspicuousness and experience. So they're like, man, you can go into anything with this and you'll be fine, which is cool. And then Explorer is your specialty. And that is page 42. So here's Mel's specialty. She's an explorer. The people of the valley are natural explorers. You want to read this?
No, go ahead.
Are you sure? I mean, nice and big for you.
Oh, good. Go ahead.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
The people of the valley are natural explorers, but you have an affinity and aptitude for exploration as, that has made you an expert of the wilds. The valley cannot keep secrets from you for long. You spent many years traversing the uncharted wilderness in search of resources, both natural and otherwise, for the people of the valley. You are adept at charting new paths and overcoming any obstacles set before you. Explorer cards center around quickly placing progress on features and locations, scouting the path deck, and moving efficiently along the paths of the valley map. Life as an explorer. The valley's explorers are responsible for taking on any task that requires someone to strike off into the wilderness. Straying too far from the village is not always safe or advisable course of action for your average valley dweller to pursue, but it must be done. The valley itself would not have been discovered had it not been for an explorer, and it was explorers who drafted the first maps of the valley, which led to the settling of Branch, White Sky, Meadow, and Tumbledown in the years that followed. Explorers blazed the most heavily trafficked trails in the valley, and they're continually on the lookout for more efficient routes waiting to be discovered. Explorers who join the Rangers are encouraged to continue to do what they love. The more that the Rangers know of what exists beyond the borders of civilization, the better they can ensure the well-being of those they've sworn to protect. There you go. Yes, we're playing the Horse Whisperer and the Postman. Correct, Edward. Correct. 100% is what we're playing. But yeah, I just want to show that. So if you guys do want to browse cards and kind of read this stuff, again, the PDF is included in the link down in the video description. You can find all the information. But you can crack this open and literally read through all the cards in the game, and you can see what cards like we're not playing with and stuff. The cards to build decks with. You won't find all the Ranger cards because a lot of them are hidden, spoilery reward cards we'll find later, I'm sure. But yeah, just for deck building, if you want to see an idea of what's possible, it's all there, which is really cool. Without having to like go on one of those card game building websites and like dig through everything card by card or whatever, which is cool. All right. So I'm the lead ranger.
Oh yeah, we were doing steps 1 to 4. I think we did.
And what was the other one?
Drawstring hand, effect. Okay. Shuffle the challenge deck we did, and 1 to 4. That's it.
You shuffle the challenge deck?
I did, but we can just do like whoop.
And the challenge deck will make more sense. It's literally the bag from Arkham Horror, or the Gloomhaven, what's that? The attack modifier deck kind of idea.
Yeah.
So you're doing a test or whatever. And applying some effort, you flip a card, you find out if you get plus or minus effort, and whether you pass or fail the test, and also how the world comes alive. Okay. So it said do page 10, first 4 steps, then we go back here. Cresting the gentle grassy hill, you see the unmistakable silhouette of Lone Tree Station. Okay. Lone Tree Station rises of the Highland Plains before you. Lone Tree Station is aptly named. The single massive giga redwood towers above the hills and swaying grass that surround it. You can just make out the eaves and balconies among the gnarled bark, doors tucked into the winding roots, and hanging gardens suspended from branches. As you draw closer, a woman in freshly pressed cloak steps out from the main entrance and waves. Calypsa, your mentor for the past 9 months, strides towards you with a man who looks just about your age at her heels. Hello, she calls out. You made it. Just look at you. She clasps your hands, her smile warm, her grip firm. I'm glad to finally have you here, she says. Then she turns. This is Cal Ivor. I've trained Cal last year, right before I started training you. Cal Ivor gives you a nod in greeting. A pleasure, he says. Put the Lone Tree location into play in the surroundings. So again, our surroundings are this black bar shelf thing here. And I need to find that location now.
So I assume in your thing,
Careful. Oh, okay. So Lone Tree Station. Oh, yeah. I forgot there's wide cards. I'll zoom that out for next time.
Can we hold it up?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, true, with the green on everything. Probably not good to use the green screen for that. It'll make all the art look bad. Lone Tree Station, so it's the location. It's pivotal. It's a forest. It's a ranger station. This is its presence. This is the amount of progress we'll need to put on this location to then possibly travel from this location. And this means 3 times rangers in the game. So this is 6 for us because we're 2 rangers. There is a test. Here's a skill check on here. It's not one of the common ones, where you can use awareness plus hearts, which I don't remember what all those symbols stand for. They are in the rule book, not on a reference card for easy checking. These attribute icons. To search, search is the action you're doing. And then there's some flavor text after it in lighter gray. And then the black is the rules text. So it's kind of a neat way they did it. It was a little confusing at first, but I think I got it. So this basically saying here, awareness, spend heart icon, search beneath the comforting shade of your Giga Redwood home to scout path cards equal to your effort, then draw a path card. So this basically allows you to dig through the path deck to discover things in this region, this location, this place, okay? On the back though is where you start. And there's some setup here. So we need to read in the campaign guide, number 2, when we place this into play, there is some setup when you arrive at a location that you'll do before starting the first round. So this is search the path deck for the next predator and discard it. So they're trying to be nice to us. And the lead ranger will draw a path card before we draw our path cards normally for the round. Okay, and there's the picture on the map of where it is. And when we build the path deck, we're going to need to use cards from this pivotal location set because it tells us it's a pivotal location right there in this traits. There you go. So, but the book is probably going to tell us all what to do. So we're just going to do it. Well, I'll do what the rules tell us, or the campaign tells us, but normally I would be setting up stuff there. So I'm going to put this into our surroundings, not along the way, and not within reach, and not in my play area. Okay. I'm putting it in my surroundings. It's very important to understand that. Okay. Calypsa heads back to the station with you and Cal in tow. She speaks back over her shoulder. Please make yourselves at home, explore the Hanging Gardens, find Spirit Seeker Nal and Cordo, and strike up a conversation. Get to know the place. After you've spent some time here at the station, you should head over to White Sky, she says. Okay, remember that. They want us to go to White Sky. Okay. But again, just like a good role-playing game, we do what we want. Okay? We can go wherever we want. The game supposedly works if you do that. I don't know if it's the right way to do it, but we can do it. She says. In fact, High Pin Pot has some juniper biscuits. Here we go.
Oh, this is the biscuit.
Yeah, baking right now. His food is legendary around these parts. Once those biscuits are ready and you've had a chance to poke around, take a parcel over to White Sky and offer them to the people you meet. It's been at least a year since our neighbors have enjoyed the company of rangers bearing treats. So literally, we're delivering biscuits. Are you guys ready for an exciting game today? We're not killing a giant orc boss today, guys. Sorry, we're delivering biscuits. This should be super exciting. Anyways, she turns to look at Cal. What do you think, Cal? Good way to get started? Cal grins at you in a way that you can't quite describe as a sneer. Handing out baked goods? I think that's perfectly suited to their abilities, he says.
My gosh, that's all we're good for. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Delivering baked goods.
Oh, there's no autofails in the deck. Yeah, so it automatically makes it a better game.
I mean, you still can fail.
I'm sure an expansion will add that for the hardcore players who love to torture themselves. Okay, so here's a little problem. So in this game, there are other entries that kind of hide things from you, but they didn't do like the full Tainted Grail way where like every time you come to a decision, you can read the options, but there's no spoilers. You would then jump to like 6 pages later to find what your choice is. Here, unfortunately, or they could have done it like Lands of Galzir. I love that web app, the way everything's hidden and you like click an option and expands and expands and expands. This, unfortunately, is kind of a step back. Even in the physical book, it's like this, where they tell you, just read the red and don't read anything else between until you've made your choice of all the red options. So as I scroll down, there's only 2 here, but we were playing yesterday in one of the standalone ones, and there's like 3 or 4 red options. And I don't know how I don't see giant blue text.
Yeah.
How does that not stand out? I don't know. It's annoying. So unfortunately, I'll try to hide some of this from you guys. So when we're doing a poll and making decisions with you guys, you don't know what's coming, but it's here. So it's kind of lame, but I'm sure it's fine, but it's just, I don't know. It's weird. It bothered me a little bit. I was like, this is how they're doing it? Don't tell me what not to read and put it right in front of my face. That's not a way to do it. When you have a giant book, you can hide things all over the place. So we have a choice. We can tell Cal what he can do with his condescending attitude. Okay. And I'm going to put a poll in the chat, and you guys can decide here based on what you see on here and what we're doing. I don't know. I'm just going to put an A and a B. Keep it simple. And let's try it out here. Let's see how bad we can make this. No, I'm just joking. So option A, the poll is in the live chat for watching live, obviously. Tell Cal what he can do with his condescending attitude, or we can ignore him. I'll just leave the poll up for like 30 seconds, make it quick. It's not, I'm sure it's not that important of a decision, unless we're like 30 episodes from now and it's like, all right, here's the final thing. You either jump across this chasm and die, or you live. Based on if you pissed off Cal back in the day, will he reach out and grab your hand?
Oh, no.
Or will he not? Do you have on your campaign guide, I pissed off Cal?
Yeah, like,
if you did, you're dead and your campaign ends.
Does this campaign track our attitudes as well? So like our actions, our attitudes, what we do in this world?
It's a living, breathing world.
Right?
And you should role play a little bit. You should get into it. It's like that kind of thing. According to the designer, what they say, like in the rule book, it says like, again, I should read some of this stuff, but go read in the rule book. There's these blue entries all throughout the rule book, which describe like how it's kind of different, why the game is doing what it's doing, why it uses this terminology, all that kind of stuff. It's really neat to see what they're doing and kind of gets you ready for the game. So 66% voted for A. Thank you everyone that voted. So Calypsa glares. Recall the wisdom of your ancestors, she says. Treat each other with kindness. On kind, she punches you on the shoulder. On Ness, she punches Cal's. Right stood up to Cal on the campaign tracker. So
I'm assuming that's notable
yeah,
events,
right here on notable events, Mel's going to write stood up to Cal there.
Okay.
So something later will ask if you stood up to Cal. And that's what I was talking about, where he'll help you climb in that mountain, or he'll not reach out and help you, you know, that kind of, I don't know. Who knows? Yeah.
Okay, I've written that.
Okay. So then you go down to, if you see any double arrows, you continue reading, so you're not done. It says so it doesn't matter what your option was there, you just write something down and then you'll continue on. Gain the biscuit delivery mission.
Oh.
So I have missions here.
Where we're gonna...
I also need... I don't know why I don't have the card thing here. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do it right now. One second.
Okay.
1 second.
Janet says, while you're doing that, Janet says, Rob, your instincts in game is counter to your character. Be nice to people, LOL.
Who, me?
Oh, they're not just any biscuits, they're juniper biscuits. Oh, has anyone had juniper biscuits before? And I'm assuming biscuits are like tea biscuits? Oh, and while you're doing that, because it says gain the biscuit delivery mission, but then it says add it to the mission section of the campaign tracker.
Yes.
So I'm going to do that while
so
you're
doing that. So you always, anytime you take a mission, you record it on there. So you can always like set up the next game and pull out all your missions and know what you have in front of you that you could progress or not. So you can ignore some missions. Some are main missions, some are side mission, some are optional, I'm sure. Again, I just put it to like Breath of the Wild or like Fallout or any of those kind of online RPGs where it's like you have a whole bunch of stuff you can do. You know, Grand Theft Auto, Red Dead Redemption, all these kind of games. And this helps you remember what you're working on.
Okay.
So if you want You want to hold that up there?
Oh yeah, sorry.
So on the campaign guide, you'll just write the mission. You also write the day you got it, because some missions, based on how long you took to do them, will change what happens when you finish them and stuff. Also, if the mission needs tracking, there is little 3 checkboxes, but not every mission needs tracking of things.
Okay, so I just put day 1.
You just put day 1, you put the mission, you write it in there. So now if we like clean this up, play in a month, we'll know exactly we need the biscuit delivery mission to set up and play. And I need to find that. So there's the biscuit delivery mission. So here's a mission card. Okay. Mission story. I don't know if I even have it on the, yep.
Oh.
Okay. So some of these, the sides look exactly the same. I honestly had to like sleeve them and figure out when I was putting errata. So again, another reason why errata is so annoying. I went to the local print shop. Of course, I printed in the printing, uses the border, shrunk the cards and everything. But I just found the images on the website and I tried to print them out as card size, but the local printer, like, I forgot about their stupid border, that their print area that's like not the same as my print area on my printer. So anyways, I just printed these out. They're on plain paper. I cut them and slid them in. But because I had to put these in here and sleeve a few of the mission cards, I was not putting them back properly and didn't know which sides were which. Because if you look like they look the same, like, you know. So sorry if I accidentally pull out a mission that's not facing the right way. I'm not sure, so I'm sorry, guys.
Because they don't even have like an A side, B side.
Yeah, maybe this means something mission/story, but there's like mission/side, so I think it just means story mission or side mission, not the side of the card. You know what I mean? There's interludes. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. So I might accidentally spoil things because I don't know. Again, this is why I'm making sure errata is correct. It wasn't the bleed, Yogi. It's like anything I print at this place on this one printer thing, I just slap a USB key in and I print. There is no setting on there to say print it like full. It always tries to take whatever I print, any PDF, and shrink it within their printable area. Even if I have a ton of white around the outside, I make sure there's extra white around the outside of the cards, and then I slice them up. But yeah, it's not the bleed issue, but I need to make the cards like bigger than they should be for most printers so that it takes that into account, but I always forget. So anyways, this is why I hate proxies. Don't make me use proxies for this nice game I bought, but they did, unfortunately. All right. Continuing a time-honored Ranger tradition, Calypsa has tasked you with delivering biscuits to the people of White Sky as your first mission. Find High Pimpot at Lone Tree Station. He'll give you the biscuits and send you on your way. During this mission, use campaign entry 90. Oh yeah, sometimes missions will override campaign entries on cards that come into play. So we need to remember this. So it says use entry 91 instead of the normal entries for High Pimpot, Cordo, Null, and Quizivas. Okay, so if any of those characters show up and we find them, ignore the number that's on their card. We won't read that. And hopefully I remember that. This card does stay in play the whole time, so I should be able to look at it if I'm confused. And then to complete this mission, we complete what's in green here. Travel away from Lone Tree Station while High Pimpot is in play. So we need to find High Pimpot, who will be in a randomized path deck. We need to get him out of that path deck by either time passing or drawing cards, or sometimes there's cards to go dig. And if we get him in play, and then we get enough progress on our location, or more, so we need to get that 6 progress on this location. When we're both have rested and we have that optional travel phase, we could then travel. If we travel, instantly we stop, this mission completes, and then we would have the option to camp, which we probably will do because I've already taken way too long getting the setup of this game. But again, it's a lifestyle LCG. Take it serious. It's not for the faint of heart. This is not a casual game by any means. So yeah, I don't feel bad about taking so long to set the game up, but this is how I want to enjoy my game. So there we go. All right. And then at the bottom, remember I talked about how the world feels alive, and every time you do a skill test, random effects will trigger off. So anytime I pull a sun icon on one of these test cards, it will fire off these abilities. So this says if Quizivas is not in the path discard, she is drawn by baked goods. So if I can satisfy the costs I can do this effect. So this is like, this 2 arrows is like the colon or the one arrow that you see on other like LCG cards over the years. So they use a double arrow. So you must do all of this to be able to pay all of this cost to be able to satisfy this. But there is flavor text mixed in, which is neat. So she basically drawn by baked goods. So you'll search the Valley set for Queasy and put her into play. So if you've already halved her, dealt with her, discarded her, you know, connected with her, got rid of her, cleared her, you then don't have to search for her. But if the sun is out, that's enough.
Smells the cookies.
That's enough for her to get a waft through her window of the baked goods, and she's on her way. Okay.
Yep.
Funny stuff. I love it. Okay.
I mean, some of us can relate.
Yeah. Okay. So these locations I'll put away, but yeah, I had to. There's a rata for this location. Like, unfortunately, a few cards. So I sleeve this one, but I'm not sleeving the others because we don't shuffle these or anything. Just FYI, that's why some are sleeved and some look bad because I printed horribly. But is that my fault? Is that my fault? I don't think so. Where are we? Locations. There we go. Okay. Okay, we gain the Biscuit Deliver mission, add it to the mission section of your campaign tracker, put its card into play in the surroundings. I did that. Check the campaign tracker for the weather of the current day for day 1. So on the campaign tracker, this is the clever thing too. On the campaign tracker, there is recommended weather for the days of your campaign. And what blows my mind, I don't know how it's going to work, but like I said, your day can end from any reason. It could end from fatiguing out. It could end from injuries. It could end because you decide to leave a location in camp whenever you felt like it, whether you're at this location, that location, or the next location, if you're just racing through locations. So I find it weird that they're just basically giving you random weather, but you could be, I would be in a totally different point in my story and locations than you would be on like day 14, for example. So this is just recommended. You can do whatever you want, but also the weather helps you scale the difficulty. So if you're having trouble with the game and you just want to play like a random deck that doesn't synergize and play with players that don't really play card games and just want to make whatever decision they want, whether it's good or bad or efficient, you could just play every single day on the perfect day if you wanted. It's your game, you do what you want. Or you could like up it if you want the game to be more difficult, play one of the higher difficulty weathers every day if you wanted. But to add variety, they recommend different weather here. So obviously perfect day is the easiest one. So they start us out on perfect day with a little bit of downpour to kind of give us a taste of the easy / standard difficulty, but eventually get into howling winds. And there's even one that's higher difficulty that they say only play with if you're like want a real challenge. It's like an electric storm or something like that. So there's 4 different weathers, I think, in the game. So we're gonna grab perfect day. Which is, oh yeah, electric fog. Yeah, that's what it is.
Sounds hard.
Perfect day. So there's the perfect day. So every time we do a refresh, so at the end of a round, not at the end of a turn, but at the end of a round, when we refresh, we must also discard 1 cloud token. So when we play this card, we have to set up 3 cloud tokens on it. And we'll discard the clouds. And if there's no clouds, we flip the card. And it could become a midday sun where it's hot. And then there's a refresh thing based on that. And there's also a test you can do. And there's a different effect. Very clever. Very clever. So if a test is added, if this test, so again, you're doing a test, and then this will trigger if you drew a test card that has mountains. It's not a test card. What do I keep calling it that? What is that called?
Challenge.
Challenge card. A challenge card tells you you're doing tests, but they're also called challenges. Anyways, if this test added presents, add 1 additional presents. So because it's a nice day out, everything you're trying to do today is just a little easier. Okay.
Okay.
That's our weather card. So other weathers I'll throw back in there. If I can find it. Weather. Okay. So Calypso turns to you. Cal and I are heading out into the valley. We'll be on shadow patrol. That is, we'll never be too far away from you for the next few weeks. All right, so we're still in training, I guess.
Yeah.
You shouldn't need our help, of course, Cal says. I can tell by looking at you that you're more than capable. Farewell for now. Calypso stays and starts down the eastern path away from Lone Tree. Spirits guide you. Follow your instincts. She and Cal walk steadily out of sight. Explore Lone Tree Station to find High Pimpot. Retrieve the juniper biscuits and learn what to do next. Ooh.
Oh, we don't know.
Ooh, like a good Arkham game. You're never sure what the final objective is, and it could change based on what you do. Create a path deck by shuffling together the Woods and Lone Tree card sets. Okay. The Woods. Oh, I got the Woods. So the Woods is like its own little set of cards, okay? And then
the Lone Tree cards.
Oh, I need pivotal locations.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a lot of pivotal locations in the game on the map. Those ones with special symbols. And they're all stored in the same spot. So I have to actually look at the symbol at the top left, look at the set at the bottom, and the card count if I want. And we're at Lone Tree Station.
Yeah.
Oh, here's Lone Tree Station. 5 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's a white sky. What am I doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there we go. So those are the Lone Tree Station set. Shuffle them good. So every time you play, now we're trying to find a High Pimpot. He's a card in there, I'm assuming. And he could be on the top, could be in the middle, could be on the bottom. We could be here for a while. We could find him. Maybe we never find him. I don't know. But it's going to be different every time you play, I guess.
At least it gives you a way to dig through, right? If you're looking for him.
Yeah, exactly. So it could be a little harder for us or take longer for us, depending on some deck shuffling. But what's a card game without random deck setup, right?
You can give it a little cut if you want.
Yep. Let's jam it together a bit more random. Yeah, Dragon. That's why I mentioned that game earlier, Lands of Galdir. This game reminds me a lot of that, actually. Like that open world, kind of go around, do what you want, have main quests, side quests, new discoveries. You're never sure what you're actually doing today. Like when you set up the game, you don't know how long you're going to play, what you're going to be doing. It's exactly like that, like a little Seventh Continent, Lands of Galdir, Sleeping Gods kind of version of an LCG. That makes sense. So if any of those games are like you played them before and you like them, in theory, this game is something you should like be interested in looking into. I don't know if it's completely for you, but that's what had me interested, is that I like those kind of games. And I love the living card games, competitive or co-op. So I'm a sucker for card games.
So before you put that away, Jerry says, right, we should count them because it said there should be 17.
Oh, it did say that.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3,
That'll
4,
be good.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17.
All right, we're good. We're good.
Nicely done. What are you saying? I might have messed up my storage? Never.
I mean, in the future,
You know it too well.
Things could go in the wrong spots for sure.
All right. Then it says complete all the initial setup by performing the setup steps on the back of Lone Tree Station card. Good thing I didn't do it already. And placing 3 cloud tokens on a perfect day weather card.
Oh, I did that already.
Mel!
Sorry.
Oh, you're doing everything out of order.
Sorry.
Like normally when we play, we do it that order. So search the path deck for the next predator and discard it.
Do you need to read 2 first?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
No worries.
Almost forgot.
I don't know if it'll change anything.
Yep. I'm going to just scroll in here. I'm going to find entry 2, Lone Tree Station. Visible for miles around, Lone Tree is a single enormous giga redwood rising out of the thick grass of a high prairie. From far away, the tree is all you can see, but as you come closer, you see the rest of the station. The large box garden plots hanging from the branches. The airship Swift, moored to its dock in the tree's crown, the doors and windows carved into the trunk and peeking out from among the roots. Lone Tree Station has been the base of operations for the Rangers ever since the people came to the valley. And ever since you became a Ranger, it's been your home.
Oh, this is where we live. Okay.
And that's it. So every time you come here, so we could play scenario 15, like episode 15, if we got to that, and we came back to Lone Tree Station and we set it up, we could read this to kind of remind us what we're entering, what set the scene for us. That's kind of what it's there for. All right. So then we do arrival setup, search the path deck for the next predator and discard it. So you literally just, so it's trying to make it easy. It's trying to be gentle on us. I don't know what I'm looking for. I'm just looking at this, the traits up here. I'm assuming you're going to find some kind of bear. Oh,
that looks like a predator.
How to catch a predator. All right, we got one right here. So we found the prowling wolfhound is our next predator. So I'm just going to discard it. And then I think after you search, you're always supposed to shuffle.
Yep.
No matter how you search it. So I'm shuffling because I would have just seen all those other cards. That would kind of break the game, I think. But if it told me to just search for any predator, I'm allowed to, like most card games, take the whole deck, find a predator I want, and take it out. But this one is just, it's not my choice. It's just whatever randomly was next. Okay, then the lead ranger, which is me. I'm going to draw one path card, kind of get the world started. And I drew a feature, which is also flora and food, which is a sunberry bramble. I don't know if I'm allergic to those or not. It has its own test on it to pluck some sunberry bramble, which is a thorn-ringed fruit, to add harm to this feature and soothe. Okay, so here's a perfect example of harm has a threshold and progress has a threshold. So I can do this awareness test using these attribute icons to pluck. The test I have to beat is a 2. If I pass it, it's like I'm damaging this plant to pluck part of it off. So I have to put harm on it. So it's a limited resource. There's only so much I can eat of this or else it's gone, right? And I soothe to fatigue, which is returning fatigue from my fatigue pile into my hand. But the problem is I can only do this twice because once there is harm equal to the threshold, I must clear the card and put it in the discard pile. And if there was a clear text on here based on harm, I would have to resolve that clear ability or the clear trigger or whatever.
Unless there's a way to remove harm from.
Yeah, but I don't think you can just like glue it back together. So I don't think so. But and then this says here, anytime the mountain symbol comes up after a skill check, if there is an active prey, exhaust it to then add progress to it and harm to this feature, both equal to that prey's presence.
Oh.
So basically, I think that's meaning like the prey, so like kind of like the herbivore or whatever, is eating the plants and like kind of, it's a limited resource of plants, but it helps satisfy the animal. And then if we get enough progress on the animal will go away. So the animals come for some plants and food and then leaves. Is kind of what's happening, which is very clever. I think that's cool the way it's doing that. So another important thing, because I'm drawing this card, there's this little arrow here. This arrow tells me where to put it. It either goes along the way, so in the common area, or within reach. So because I drew it and it's got the arrow pointing to me, it's going to come into play within reach of me in my area, above my play area where I'm going to play cards. So it's in my active area kind of. And that's that. Then we flip the card over. We did read this. So we can scout path cards equal to your effort. So if you can jam a huge test on this, we can dig to find high Pimpot, right?
Yep. And the biscuits. I think we got to find the biscuits too.
Well, we got to find high Pimpot. Travel away from Lone Tree Station while high Pimpot is in play. Okay, that's what we're doing. That's our goal. And even told us in the book, your goal is just explore Lone Tree Station and like find him, right?
Yep.
I think is what it was. I'm gonna go back to that one. I just want to see if there's anything else to read. There probably shouldn't be since it told me to go somewhere else. Yeah, it says that concludes setup. You're ready to play. Now go explore Lone Tree Station and find High Pimpot.
All right, let's find him.
So 2.5 hours into stream, we can play the game now, everybody.
Nobody's complaining.
I'm setting records. No, wait to the comments later.
That's different.
Wait for the comments later where people just come and they're like, I just want to watch a gameplay. I already know how to play the game. Why are you wasting my time? But again, I've explained myself. Deal with it. Okay.
Okay. So then we start our turn with...
So let's start around. So, yeah, lead ranger always draws the first card. So we're starting around. I'm going to draw a card.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
So there are more prowling wool huns in the deck. It says if there's another predator in play, this predator comes into play exhausted. It has 4 harm threshold, 6 progress threshold. I think it's progress is the word, right? If the sun comes out, ready another prowling woolhund. Okay, so the more you have in play, the worse they are. We know all about little pack things coming out of the deck here. This reminds me of Lord of the Rings. If you have 3 or more fatigue, exhaust this being, suffer an injury.
Oh.
So the more tired we are, the more this animal gets ballsy and wants to come and bite us. So we need to deal with this guy. And he's actually within reach.
Luckily, he was
Bad
able
doggy.
to deal with predators. Oh, I have some.
And you're going to get some Sunbury
too.
Brandle. So obviously, we're not finding any people that we shuffled in or whatever.
No.
All this is just, this is all from the Woods Path deck. So this is all just like environmental stuff that we would find based on the path we traveled to the location. So this is like the environment around here, basically. So we're still like wandering in the woods around it, I guess.
Yes, Brian says all dramatic build-up, exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Alrighty, so now we can choose who can go first. I'm just gonna like set up cards and stuff, so I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead, whatever. I don't know.
All right, so then what I'm going to do...
The only problem is if you're going to do a test...
No, I'm not.
You could trigger... I guess you can't really do much.
No, I'm just going to play a card.
Yeah, so you got to be careful like who goes first, because like if she goes first, does a skill check, she could randomly make like animals and things do stuff. So this guy's not a prey, so he doesn't want to eat these plants. So that won't do anything. He won't ready another wool hunt because there's not another one in play. I don't have 3 or more fatigue, so I won't get bit. You don't have any fatigue to soothe, so you don't need to do that. There's no active prey in your area for that. Oh yeah, active is an important concept to understand. So why I keep saying play area, within reach, along the way, surroundings, because when a card, there's cards that reference active cards, and I was so confused, I didn't understand what's active. Active means a card, when I'm doing a test or something triggers on my turn, that is asking, is there an active predator or an active this or active that? It is only referring to things that are within reach of me and they're readied, not exhausted, or along the way or in the surroundings. They are not referring to things in Mel's within reach, unless the card I was interacting with to do a test or something to help Mel out or deal with an animal in her spot. These would be active cards for me. And so would these and all these, okay? So the idea of what cards are active for you depends on which person is doing the test and what the card is they're actually interacting with, where it is. So we might get confused by that. I think I understand it, but it is one of the concepts in the game you need to understand. And we kind of learned that yesterday in our play off camera. That's where I kind of was like, okay, I think I get it now. But again, we might be wrong. Let us know in the chat if you know. Okay. Go ahead, Mel. Do what you got to do. I don't know what I'm doing here, but...
Okay, so I'm just going to play a card. So I'm going to play this card, which is going to cost me 1 focus. It's Reverb Block It. It's a Gear Tech Expert. So it's let me do this first. It's going to cost me 1, so I'll have to pay my 1 focus. I can put this into play. When it comes into play, it's going to have 2 echoes on it. It also says, when you play this gear, attach a moment to it from your hand. And then I can exhaust this card, use 1 echo, play the attached moment as if it was in your hand. It remains attached to this gear instead of being discarded. So I've already paid for it. I will put 2 echoes on the card, and then I can attach a moment. I will attach this moment. Walk with me. This has a response. After you succeed at a traverse test, add presence to a being equal to your effort. This is in addition to the test's standard effect. So I will attach that here. And then I can play this as if it was in my hand. Okay. And that is my turn. Go ahead.
Okay. I am going to, I'll just play my dog, Oru the sheepdog, who's a being, companion, mammal expert. I'm going to pay 2 of my spirit resources, energy or whatever, to put it into play. Now here's the crazy part. This is not gear that's going to be put in my play area. This now actually acts as a path card. So it is in play. It's considered a path card because it's now in play and not in my hand and face up. So it actually goes within reach of myself. It has a presence that matters. And we'll talk about when we get to our first skill test, why presence, location, active, all that stuff matters. But the cool part is he's friendly. So he will not cost me fatigue if I ignore him. He's persistent. So if we travel to a new location, clean up the board, he actually sticks around, stays in play. He or she is unique because it's one of a kind. If I have another one of these dogs, I can't play them because I already have a unique one, or I could play it, but I have to discard this one. I can only have 1 in play, so I can't, no 2 dogs at once. I could exhaust it at the beginning or end of my turn or Mel's turn to move a being to any place I want from the place it's at. Basically either within reach of somebody or along the way to add 2 progress to it. I also could do a test to pet my dog by doing a fit test, and also I could commit the heart attributes to pet my canine companion, to ready it, and also soothe 1 fatigue. Okay?
Pretty good.
Yeah, it's neat.
Good dog.
But if he gets 3 harm, he'll be cleared, go to my discard pile, and he's gone. So hopefully nobody bites him. Hopefully nobody attacks him. But, yeah. I could, I don't know. I'm debating moving this one, but I don't think I need to yet. But it does add progress to it. But the problem is if I move this one like this, or like this, and I add progress to it, and then I want to connect with it to try to add more progress to it, to try to get it to go away, and I haven't exhausted this, I will have to gain 1 fatigue every time I'm interacting with a card and ignoring what's in front of me that's ready. So if I keep it within reach and I interact with it and try to deal with it, these cards that are here aren't affecting me at all. So I kind of want to deal with him, but then I got to be careful. Once I have 3 or more fatigue, I'll start getting bit by it. So I don't know. I got to be careful. Go ahead.
All right, I'm going to spend 1 fitness. I'm going to play this card, which is another gear. This one has 2 little pips on it. This one has 1. So if I play this, I'll be at 3. This will have 4 sensors, and I can use 1 sensor. When a ranger performs a traverse test, commit 1 effort. So we'll put 4 on here. Okay, go ahead.
Since I want to do some connect tests to deal with the aminals instead of just beating them with a stick, I'm going to play this gear for 1 focus. And when I put it into play, I'm going to put 3 charges on it. It goes in my play area. Okay. I guess I can do it like this. Sure, we have enough tokens for 2 players to go nuts with them. So I put 3 charges on here. So I could exhaust this to, when I perform a connect test, to add an additional effort. So it just helps me without having to play cards and to bump up my effort. Yeah.
Awareness and hearts.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm just debating if I play another card Or maybe I try to help exhaust this guy.
I'm gonna try
You're
some
gonna do
connect tests on him, I think.
Okay.
If I can. Hold on.
I was
I
debating.
could, because to do a connect test, I have to put at least one energy into it, and I only have one spirit left. So to do that connect test, I would start with 1. I could play this heart from my hand to be 2, use 1 from here, it's 3. But I am testing against 2, and there's anything from +1 to -2 in that deck for that stat. And I add it equal to my effort. So if I drew -2, I'm only getting to put like 1 effort on it, or 1 progress on it out of 6 I need. I have a way here to put 2 on it for each round. So I don't know. Or yes,
Well,
but I also have.
I can wait then so that you can go next.
Yeah.
Like I can do something else first.
I also could take fatigue on purpose, add this back to my hand, and try another test next round. But then I'm adding fatigue, which
is not bad because this can soothe the fatigue.
Yeah, I know. But then I also could get bit, and I don't want injuries.
Yeah.
Because then if you get injured, you have to take your whole fatigue deck, put it in your discard pile. That's no fun either.
That's true. Okay, so then I'll just do something else. I'll just spend my 2 fitness. I'll play another gear. This will be my 5th gear, so I can like my 5th. So I can't. It's gonna have 3 strides on it. I can exhaust. Use 1 stride to add a presence to a trail, or I can do a test to strike. To add 1 harm to a being for every 2 effort. If I fail, I suffer an injury. Okay, so we'll put 3 on there. So I have no more fitness. And I have my 5 gear are in
See, what
play.
your goal is, because of what your deck's meant to do and your background and all that stuff, is you need to be slapping tokens on here.
Yeah, which I guess
while I'm petting wolves on the head.
Yeah,
I think is what we should be kind of doing.
I technically do this right now because this is an exhaust and I can add 1.
Or do you, what's your awareness? Can you do this check?
I can. I'm going to do it next, but I wanted you to do this first.
The only problem is you're forced to draw a card. So even based on your effort, you could dig. You might only find like, 3 more wolves and you like have to draw 1.
True.
Oh, but you can put them on the bottom or the top or whatever.
Yeah,
in
and
any
then
order.
so I could put them all on the bottom and then draw a card. You're right.
Yeah.
I am going to do that next, but I wanted you to have your turn so that you could do that, and I didn't want you to get bit. So that's my next action. But go ahead.
So how'd you get progress on there?
Oh, sorry. I exhausted and I used 1 of my strides from the card.
Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
So I can do this up to 3 times and get 3 progress, which is half of what we need. So.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'll just try to connect with this, I guess. So I'll spend 1, 2, 3. Okay, draw me a card.
You're doing a spirit test?
Spirit, yeah.
So 0.
Okay, so 3 is equal to or greater than the 2 I'm testing against, doing my, where is it? My connect test. So it's X, and X is equal to the presence of the card in which you're interacting, minimum of 1. So the presence on the wolf is 2 in the top right here. So I had 3, I pass. Then it says, add progress to a being equal to your effort. So I'm going to put 3 progress out of 6 on Wolfie here.
I think it is presence. I think you were right the first time.
Presence? No, presence is
progress.
this.
Okay, yeah, progress.
Progress is this.
Right.
Okay, discard that. Now this, though, after succeeding on a test which you committed this attribute, you may suffer 1 fatigue to add it back to your hand, and I will. So I'm going to take the top card, not looking at it, off my deck, and I'm going to put it into a fatigue pile, sideways, face down, beside here.
Sorry, did this also cause you fatigue when you interact with this one?
No.
No?
As long as you're interacting with stuff in the same location, you ignore all other cards in that location. But if I reached out further to interact with a common card, or like if I went to do this test, I would actually have to suffer 1, 2, 3 fatigue. I wouldn't have to suffer this extra fatigue because this is friendly, and the friendly keyword says I don't get harmed by that. But if I somehow exhausted these by dodging or some test on them or something, I then could do that chest that's like 2 steps away or whatever, and I wouldn't take any. But if like this was up, I would have to take 1 fatigue before even doing the skill check.
Okay. Which could make you not do the skill check if you don't have enough fatigue to lose.
But I think it's okay to get fatigue in the game as long as you can soothe it and draw it back.
Yeah, I agree.
Matthew says, Rob is now heartless, not surprised.
Why? What did he do that was
Why am I heartless?
He's got a friendly dog. What's he doing? That's bad.
I'm not harming the wolf. so you know. I'm trying to connect with it to make it understand. I need you to get the hell out of here because I'm trying to do other things. I don't need you biting me. That's all. So the challenge card only applies to your within reach along the way and surroundings, right? Yes.
Yes.
So now that I've done that test, we got this symbol, right?
Yes.
So this is the cool part until it's not cool anymore. All right. So this sun, first in order, you must check in this setting. Go furthest from you, and you actually go left to right. So this order matters that I've set up here. At least it makes it easier for me. First, you check on the weather card. Is there an effect that has the sun symbol? No. Then I check the location. No. Then I check the missions, all the missions. And this one does. We read it earlier. If Queasy Voss is not in the path discard. Nope. Okay. It says search the valley set. Oh, valley
set. It's not even in there.
It's not even in the deck.
I guess there could be other ways to bring her in. Maybe that's why.
Oh, I got to go to the valley set. Interesting.
That's funny. Oh, we get to put her in a play.
Oh, it's one of the errata ones. Oh, that's fun. So there's my my corrected version of Queasy Voss, aka Rascal. Is that the right card for sure?
I think so.
Uravos? Yeah, I guess so. Okay. So she's a being, a human, a villager. When she comes into play, I'm supposed to read entry 80, unless she is one of the ones that's overridden on the mission. Yes, she is.
Oh, so
instead of reading 80 when we run into her, I'm going to read 91 this time. But if we run into her later in the story, we might be reading this, which is interesting. So she'll have different behaviors, different experiences, which is cool. So let's look at her a little more, though. She has a harm threshold for 3. To connect with her fully, we need to get 6 progress on her. She is fatiguing. So I think that one, if I remember correctly, I read them this morning again, the keyword. That one is like, I think if it's active and maybe it's in play, you will have to, like, anytime you rest or refresh. You have to fatigue a card?
When you rest, if this card is ready and is equipped within reach or along the way, you suffer fatigue equal to his presence. If the keyword is followed by a number, suffer that much fatigue instead.
So every time we rest, if she has not been dealt with, we will fatigue a card. So she's distracting, I guess. It's like wasting our time. I don't know. Something like that, that's symbolizing, right? She's like shortening the amount of time we can get things done. And she's persistent. So she won't go away even if we leave the location. She's going to follow us all around. So she's a rascal. All right. You could do a focus test with some love to ask Quissy about her adventures in the valley, to add progress to this being equal to your effort, then exhaust this being. So she wouldn't be active anymore if she's exhausted, so it won't fatigue you, right?
Right.
And then you read 80.4. And if you can clear her by getting enough tokens on her to clear her for one of these 2 values, no matter how you cleared her, you will read entry 80. And then you see here, anytime the sun is drawn or this red crest is drawn, there's different effects there. This one will discard a progress or a token from flora, insect, or gear. So she is messing with the environment. She's tinkering with our gear. She's bothering the bugs or messing with the plants. So she's a nuisance. And then it says, if there's an active predator, exhaust it, add harm to this being equal to the predator's presence. So if she's here and there's a predator around, it will bite her. So we could get rid of her by letting her get bit.
I don't think that's a good idea.
But then we'd have to read this entry, and based on her being harmed and clearing her card, I'm sure there'll be some bad thing that happens.
Yeah, that's probably not a great idea.
That is so cool, though. All that information on one little card. See how it can be hard to learn and understand what's going on in this game? There's a lot, and we're like literally in like the first mission here.
No, we're not feeding her to the beasties. No.
The beasties.
No. Oh, but Keith did say, according to the flavor text on the triggering card, it looks like she was eating your food. which is why it's fatiguing us because we're tired because she's eating all of our food.
Okay.
Thanks,
Okay.
Pete. I didn't catch that.
All right. I don't even know. Oh, that was off this.
Yep.
Okay, let's finish resolving. Ready another Wolfhound? No. And that's it. If you had a son here, we don't do it because I didn't interact with anything in your area. So I just check all these cards. I go left to right here. I check here, but I don't check here now. This came out after. And then I move on, I'm pretty sure, past that. So I don't do this now. But I will read the entry 91. And biscuit delivery. So I just want to show you this quickly. So enters play. So it tells me here, based on who entered play, what I'd be reading. So Quizzy just came into play. You feel a tug on your backpack and turn to see a young girl suddenly walking beside you. Hi, she says. Do you smell something? Is Hi Pimp Hot baking his famous juniper biscuits? Can I have one? Can I? Which way to the kitchen? Clear Quizzy with progress to help her find the kitchen. So obviously harm is not going to get us done. So no, don't let the dogs, the beasties get her. Okay? Or she won't find the kitchen. She'll find the hospital.
Oh no.
All right.
Okay.
Aren't you glad you only have to deliver biscuits?
I know, right? I can't even do a focus test with her to ask her any questions, so that's not going to be me.
Okay.
You're good?
That was my skill check firing off this. I could exhaust this to put progress on this and move it. I could move it to your area, but like if you're not good at connecting.
Well, it's not.
Do you have hearts and stuff? Like,
I have one. I was going to use it.
No, that's not a heart. Oh, it is. Yeah, there it is. But I could just do it with the next turn. I don't think I have
many. I think you're more the people person.
Yeah, those are just options that I have. I'm just telling you, like, because I could move this guy here, throw progress. He's one away. But I could just leave him in front of me and deal with him later. But unfortunately, it says I have to move it. And I don't think I can pass on the moving. I think I have to move it. And I don't want to move it away and then make it harder for me to deal with in the future. Also putting it with Quizzy and getting bit and stuff. But yeah, go ahead.
So I'm thinking about actually just doing this. I don't know if there's something else we're looking for. Well, we were looking for Pin Pot.
Hi, Pin Pot. Yes. So what you can do is dig in the deck by using this test.
Yeah.
You take a fatigue. Well, not the worst.
Well, I can dodge it.
Or dodge it.
I can exhaust. When you perform a test, dodge one card.
But it's only temporary for that one test.
Yeah. It is only one.
So is it that important to avoid one fatigue?
No,
I mean, if you're doing nothing else on the turn, that's fine.
Yeah. I probably want to do it, and then I can use my awareness to...
But not if an animal comes out and eats it all before you get to use it.
I know.
And then you can't pass the test.
That is true.
Careful plucking those thorny plants.
That is true. Well, I think I'm going to go for this awareness test anyway.
Oh, sorry. She actually comes out in my...
Oh, she's with you.
Yeah, she's with me, actually. I'm so sorry, guys. Did anyone catch that? I don't think so, right? No. Okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Yeah, she actually comes into my area because that was my turn, and she had that pointing down arrow. So here, play with this dog. Go play with the dog. Leave us alone. Let us Rangers do our work.
Okay, I'm going to do this test on here, this awareness test. I'll put in, it's an awareness test only of 1. I'll put in 2. I don't know that I want to spend this card if I don't need to. So maybe I just try of 2. Yeah, I'm just going to do an awareness test of 2. Effort. Okay, we're going to flip this. We get 0. Okay, perfect. So I was up by 2. Scout path cards equal to your effort, then draw one. So I get to look at 2 cards. 2 path cards. Let's see if we find Pin Pot.
First path card.
Ooh.
Is this scouting you're doing?
Yeah.
So you can look at these 2 cards, put them on the top or the bottom in any order. You can separate them, whatever, and then you would draw 1 card. So it could be one of these cards, or maybe you don't want these cards there. But the first one you found is an overgrown thicket. Again, from the wood set. Where is all the cool stuff from the location?
I don't know. There's an obstacle.
It's an obstacle, and you can't interact with cards past obstacles unless you exhaust it somehow or dodge it temporarily. So this is why you might want to save your ranger ability.
I took a fatigue too for that. Sorry. For this one.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, see, good thing you didn't waste it if you wanted to do this again on the current turn. So this obstacle, we'd have to clear it to get it out of here or exhaust it or whatever. But it looks like you can do an awareness hunting test to add progress to the feature equal to your effort. So it would be 4 to get through this overgrown thicket. And it will discard progress from the feature to fatigue you if you don't get through it quick enough.
I don't like this at all. This is going to go on the bottom, likely.
And the other card you found is also, yeah, we could put both these on the bottom and you draw another card?
I will do that. Yeah.
I mean, that's what I would do.
Matthew.
Thank
you again. Thank you.
Thank you for the super chat. I'll go back and take care of old Yeller.
Thank you, Matthew.
All right. So these are going on the bottom of the path deck. Nice scouting. And the next one you're going to get is you draw one. You've drawn Spirit Speaker Nal, or Nell. She's a being, human, and a ranger. Oh, she's a fellow ranger. She's friendly.
Okay.
She has a focus test, which you can share with her, or share in Nal's understanding of the universe. Add 1 progress as being for every 2 effort, and scout 1 challenge card. So you, she lets you manipulate the test, like the testing deck, basically.
Oh, she's like a psychic. Okay.
And if you clear her by harm or connecting, you'd read entry 45. Oh, if there's an active predator, they want to bite her too. So all the predators just want to bite everybody. So we are rangers. I guess we need to protect the predatory animals away from the people of the village. Makes sense. Is she one of the ones that we read a different entry for?
Yep. I think no. Yep.
But is she the same as like Spirit Speaker Null?
Oh,
I don't know. I'm going to assume so. I mean, there's not that many cards in the game, I think, but I just worry because when you play LCGs, it's like very specific. The title on a card very much matters, and the text is very, intentional. But if Nal is just the name of the only Nal in the story, I would assume. We're reading entry 91 for Nal, and she is going to go within reach of you.
Okay, I'm just going to correct one thing. Yes, you are right. So technically, I could not use this on this because this is not a trail. I thought it was. I'm sorry.
Cheater.
It is not. It is a forest and a ranger station, and not a trail. This can only be for trails. Might have been silly to play.
Were those obstacles trails? No.
That's okay.
They're features, flora, obstacles. Nice catch.
Thank you.
Nice catch.
Got that. Thank you.
So technically you had a turn that you're out, so you could take like another turn after this if you want.
Well, I mean, I'll still play it because I don't know what's coming. It's fine.
But you used it.
But it's just
that was just an exhaust. Yeah. It wasn't your whole turn. I see.
Okay. And then, Janet says read 91.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm going to go back to 91. I'm going to go to Spirit Speaker Null entering play. And it says, you come across a woman sitting on a meditation pillow, her eyes closed. She doesn't open them, but gestures for you to come closer. We're happy to have you, she says. I'm Null, the spirit seeker here at Lone Tree Station. Sit with me for a minute, then we can talk. So it says, clear Null with progress to speak with her further.
Okay.
So we need to connect with her for 6 to learn more.
Okay.
What does she know about these biscuits?
And then
tell us everything you know.
I drew the sun.
So we're obviously not going to go find her.
No.
But technically my brain breaks playing too many LCGs and also formerly being a software engineer. If she's not in the path discard, she's not. So she's drawn by baked goods again. So I need to search the valley set for her, but she's not there. So then I'm stuck in an infinite loop. But no, I'll just ignore that. Common sense says I ignore that.
And then there's nothing here. And then I have no sense.
Yeah. And she ignores these ones because they're not within her active area, and she wasn't engaging with a card here. So okay,
not helpful. I didn't find him, but I know that
useless.
He's not in the last.
You got rid of 2 obstacles to the bottom.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's good.
I mean, I think
so. Then we can still interact with that without being blocked.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know what my priority is. I have no clue. I know we still need to find High Pin Pot, but like, does any of this help us? I'm looking at my energy. I can still do stuff probably, right? So,
likely.
Yep. I can't connect more with this wolf, but I want to. I am going to... I don't want to forget to not use this. So awareness, I can't really do anything with that, but I would love to. I mean,
it's a one-on-one test. You're right. It would be tough.
I could. Like, I'm debating moving this wolf with you, putting 1 on it. So then all I have in front of me is 1 fatigue generating bramble. I then could attempt that test. It's with 2 against a 1.
Even if you get to look at 1 card. If it's not him, you put on the bottom.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's try.
Janet has a suggestion for you though.
Yes,
Here.
Janet, I'm open. Rob, exhaust your dog, move the woolhound, then pet your dog, and then exhaust and move the woolhound for progress on woolhound. I have fit left. Yes, okay, okay. So I'll move the woolhound. So exhausting at the start of my turn is not my whole turn. I'll just move it here. I don't think it matters. Yeah. And then I'll add 2 progress. Okay. And then I'll do my test on my turn as a fit test. I'll spend both. I'm testing against 1. Yeah, I'll just do 2. -1, so I do pass. That pets my doggy to ready it, and I soothe 1 fatigue. So I take this to my hand. Okay. And then at the end of my turn, oh no, we need to do this to finish the test. If this test added progress, add 1 additional. Oh, hello.
Oh.
I don't even need to use the dog again.
Look at that.
So thank you, Perfect Day.
And Janet.
And Perfect Janet. Thank you. So that doggy clears, and there's no clear effect on it. So I just throw it in the discard. Shoo, Wolfie. Okay. I'm so good. All me. I'm just kidding. Then I check across here. No more mountains. There is 1 here. If there's active prey, exhaust it.
Oh, Edgar's right. Did it though? It didn't. The test didn't. I thought it was the ability that did. You did the test after.
Oh, you're right.
Edgar, thank you.
Thank you, Edgar. You're right. You're right. It wasn't the test that added the progress.
It felt like it did because it happened all so fast.
Yeah, it did. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Never mind. Screw you, Perfect Day. Worst card ever. No, I'm just joking. Thank you, Edgar.
Oh, and Janet got you too. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. Challenge card was for the petting, which just readied this and soothe fatigue. It wasn't part of the challenge of putting progress. That was the effect before. I'm losing it. All right.
And then does that mount and trigger on your berries? What is it?
It's just an active prey.
No.
But there's no active prey in here, no active prey here, no active prey here, so I'm good. Then at the end of my turn, I'll exhaust the doggy to add more progress, more than needed, but then we'll get rid of the Wolfie. Okay. Got it. I got excited like I was doing something awesome there, but I wasn't. That's me. Go ahead.
Okay, and also Edgar has broken my brain and says, what if Impod is in the kitchen where we need to bring, what's her name? Queasy too? That broke my brain there because that may be where we find him, not necessarily in the deck that we're scouting.
True.
Right? Because we got to get the biscuits, and if he's baking them in the kitchen.
So, all right.
Okay. All right. My turn. I could possibly.
Yeah, I need to connect
with her. I don't necessarily need to do that. I need to connect with her, I think, is what we're trying to do here. So I can spend 2. And maybe I'll put in this one, heart. So I'll do a spirit test of 3 effort on 2. +1. Yes, 4. Okay, that's good.
What are you doing?
I was connecting with her.
Oh, okay, nice.
Got 4. We're almost there. Okay. And then this is gone. No. Oh, that's my hand. I gotta keep that up there so I don't pick up that. Okay, then we're gonna go with
just keep it like on your thing here. That's what I do.
any of the reds, none up there. Here, if there's an active predator, there's not exhausted. Okay, so that's it done. And then this symbol means that we reshuffle the discard pile back into the challenge deck.
Yeah, so there's a few -2s in here. So the -2 is like the worst result you can find. So if she was doing a focus test, the -2's here. So to make sure there's always -2s in the deck for all the tests, this reminds you that you need to shuffle it back in. Kind of like the null card in Gloomhaven, think of it like that. So yeah, that'll just keep the deck reshuffling so you never know. So you can't like deduce always perfect information.
Yeah. Okay, so then that's my turn done.
Okay. I'm gonna do a focus test to try to ask Quissy Foss about her adventures in the valley. I don't know. So I'm gonna do 1 focus plus 1 little heart. So 2 against 1. If you can draw me a card for a blue focus test.
+1.
+1 is 3. So it says add progress equal to my effort. So I'm adding 3 to her out of 6. Nice. Equal to your effort. Then exhaust this being, and I'm going to read 80.4. So there's like a bunch of statements here, like, did she enter play? No. Did I clear her? No. I think I go this otherwise. Oh, wait. Oral Voss? No. A ranger does not have biscuit basket equipped. So I guess I'm going to 80.3 here because I'm not clearing her. So I'm assuming that's what I'm doing. From up ahead, you hear a child quietly singing to herself. You move around a large cedar bowl. Left side, 80.4. Oh, sorry, 80.4. I'm so sorry. I was looking at the other number. I got it. I was looking at the clear number on her card by accident. I see. You quickly find Quizzy's questions to be a constant and regular, as constant and regular as the sunrise, though far more frequent. Answering one buys you only a few moments before she thinks of another. However, among her constant and endearing patter, you notice she says something of particular interest. Draw a challenge card. Read one entry based on the challenge icon on the drawn card.
Mountain.
Okay, that's a cool way to do random stuff. Mama said, never go inside the Terravore, but one time I went just to the edge and I peeked inside and I saw something weird and glowy all the way at the back. I think it's a treasure.
Oh, Roblo's treasure.
So where do I need to go for this treasure?
Somewhere in the back.
A Terravore? So when we find a Terravore, remind me there's treasure all the way in the back.
What's a Terravore? I've never heard that word before.
I think it's one of the things, the machines that like change the land, fix the land, clean it up, that kind of stuff. It's part of the old technology stuff.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I'm just guessing. Because remember, this world's like sci-fi. It's like made up, like futuristic. It's a couple millenniums in the future, right?
Yeah.
So it's like all this crazy technologies and stuff. Oh, Amanda's asking, when do we draw cards? It's basically at the beginning of a new round, like Brian's saying, yeah. So we're just doing a bunch of turn after turn after turn. Once we have both rested, and those don't have to be at the same time. I could rest and Mel could take 6 more turns if she wanted, or if she could. But eventually we decide to rest, and then we do a new round where we draw like one card, ready up the cards, get all our energy back, and then we start again taking more turns. That's kind of how it works. And that's when you refresh, is what happens there. So, I was doing this.
Oh yeah, so that was your card.
I will suffer a fatigue, because I succeeded. I committed this attribute. I'll suffer fatigue, add it back to my hand.
Okay. And then that was your symbol that went on.
The red?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is exhausted, so I don't do this. There's none along here, so we're good.
Okay. I will rest.
Okay. I still have this. I'm going to try that, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to spend 1 energy to do this awareness. I'm doing this little test here, awareness plus heart. So that. And the test I'm trying to beat is just a 1 because there's no number after the search. If there was a number or an X or something, that's what I'm trying to beat. So if you can draw me a card.
-1.
-1. So I got 1. So my effort was 1. So I'm going to equal to my effort. I'm going to look at 1 card.
Oh.
What the frig, man? All right, I'm putting that at the bottom.
There's more beasts than I thought in there.
Yeah, yeah. And then I'll draw this card. I found Cordo, Ranger Veteran, being human and ranger.
Friendly.
He's friendly. Okay. You can hunt with him? That's cool. And then predators look like they also want to bite him. Okay, fun. So this guy's also here. We're just meeting all the people.
All the people. I mean, it makes sense. We're kind of like in the
I'm
town,
going to take
right?
another fatigue and take this back to my hand again. This card is doing work. I don't know if that's good work, but...
And then I don't think that triggers because I don't think there's any reds that affect you.
Yeah. I don't think... I think his would happen because he's ready, but I could be wrong.
But I think he's just... There's no predators,
But there's nothing... Right? Yeah, if there's 2 or more active predators, it says. But we do have to read an entry, I think. Is he on here? Cordo is 91 also. Glad you made it through training. The grizzled man sticks out his hand and shakes yours firmly. The name's Cordo, in case you forgot. I understand you have a lot of new faces to take in. Clear Cordo with progress to speak to him further. He's also friendly. Oh yeah, I forgot to take a fatigue before the test for that. Yep, sorry. So yeah, I have 3 fatigue. Oh no. Oh no.
And I've rested, so you can just keep going as long as...
Well, I have no energy left, so I can't afford any of these cards to play. I can't do a single test without at least spending an energy first. So I'm forced to rest, I think. Unless I have any exhaust abilities here. Oh, I could spend an energy. No, I don't have an energy to spend anymore. Oh, I could have done that to add more tokens here. That's okay. All right, done. So we both rested. Do we want to travel? No, we don't have enough progress to travel. So now we go to refresh. We ready everything up. We get our energy back and we draw a new card and we decide who is going first this round, and it could be a different person than who went first last round. Did I draw a card? I don't think. No, I didn't draw a card. So I found Perceptive. After you succeed at a test in which you committed this attribute, gain 1 awareness. So this is a way I could gain more energy on the turn than I start with, which is cool, which might be helpful for that. Now we start a new round. Lead Ranger draws a path card. I found a Sitka Buck. Again, a woods card.
It's kind of like a swear word.
Sitka Buck. Shut the Sitka Buck. Whatever. All right, so this will also come into...
You're getting all the things.
Yeah, within reach, man. My play area is getting... Or my little area.
We have to advance the weather. Yes, sorry. Refresh. So discard 1 cloud. So we're going to...
Oh, yeah, there's a refresh ability. Thank you.
Forgot.
Then this guy comes into play. Okay, we'll deal with those weather effects or whatever whenever they happen, or environment effects. Challenge effects, I think it's called.
And if you'll draw 1 for me.
All right, here's Mel's card.
Oh, we found him! Yay!
Well, it's about freaking time. It's only round 2. It's like, that took forever, but it's really only round 2. High Pimpot is the chef. He's going to come into play with you. We're going to ignore this because we know he's on there to read 91 also. Friendly. Looks like you can harvest local plants for a stew with him. And predators also want to bite his face. So you need to put that there somewhere. Well, you have room here to move these up with all your attachments and jazz. Okay, so I'm going to go back to biscuit delivery. You come across a massive pile of diced and sliced vegetables, roots, and tubers. Occasionally, more slices fly through the air to land on top of the pile. Back already? A voice says from beyond the vegetable pile. I told you, there's no silverfin curry to be had until the fish has marinated for at least 3 hours. A head pokes out from behind the pile. Oh, it's you. I thought you were Elder Thrush. She gets so impatient on Silverfin Curry Day. Silverfin Curry. Calypsa sent you for the biscuits, eh? They're just out of the oven. Let me know when you're ready to leave, and we'll get you those biscuits we'll get those biscuits to the good people of White Skies straight away. Travel away from Lone Tree Station. So that means get enough progress on the location. And then when we're both have rested, we then can choose to travel. And that will then complete the mission, which we already know it says it on the mission card. This is just reinforcing that because now we have them in play, which is part of it. So now we just got to get the hell out of here and get on our way. So all the other stuff doesn't really matter, but for us to travel here, I got problems, but 3 of them are friendly, so they don't really affect me. But I would take 2 fatigue each time I try to interact. But again, we're just playing one day today. We're not going to push the story crazy. I don't know if we should camp after we complete this mission, or this is like, we'll just keep going. We'll see.
It may end the day as well.
Yeah,
right?
We'll see. But we could just hang out here more and chill and try to talk to people and do things. Like you can do whatever, which is cool. We don't have to rush the mission.
Yeah, I do have good stuff to get rid of this when we are ready. Like I'm set up.
But you can put progress on it and leave it on it as long as nothing removes progress from it. And we could choose to travel like 10 turns after you put 12 progress on it, whatever.
Okay, so then I'll do some other things. Like I would be interested to see what like some of these abilities are that they have and stuff. And if that gives us something for the future, since we have time.
But we have to be careful we don't run out of fatigue or take too many injuries that we can't complete the mission. Or try to wait too long and then all those wolves show up and then we're like trouble happens, right?
Yeah, and she had fatiguing on her, right? And that was all you?
She was exhausted, I think, right?
Yes, she was.
So I wouldn't have had to deal with the fatigue.
Yep, you're right, you're right.
But I will now if I don't
the next rest if we don't
deal with her.
Okay.
So whoever wants to go first. I'm just gonna try to connect.
I want to continue to clear this one. I'm just curious.
Go ahead, yeah. You can start. That's
okay. So then let's do a connect. My connect actually is not going to be great.
Also, don't forget the cloud tokens. You want to take advantage of adding extra progress on tests with this out.
Yeah.
So you need to get 6 on here. So that could help you do that before the perfect day is gone.
Yeah, maybe I do that first.
That could also be a reason why we don't want to dilly-dally. I just realized. Maybe.
Well, let's see how much I can even put on in one turn anyways. Okay, let's do a traverse test. Spending 1. I'll exhaust.
Hey, Eric.
To use a sensor. When you perform a traverse test, commit 1 effort. So that's 1. And then, so we got 2 on 1.
So Mel is just doing one of the common tests she's trying to traverse, which is a way to add progress to a location, which is how we're going to get out of here. If she fails on that test, though, you will suffer an injury. That one is one of the rare tests I've seen that has a fail condition. Don't you fail. Remember, only -2 is the worst it can be.
Yeah, so I think if I go in with 3, it is a 1, so -2 is still 0, so I would be even. Okay, then I can double my efforts if I'm successful, which would be 6. Okay, let's go with 3. 0. Okay, perfect. So my effort is 3. I get to put 3. And then this says
perfect day.
+1.
Only if it's a mountain you drew.
Oh, I didn't draw a mountain. You're right. But that's fine.
After. I'm just saying that it's there for now.
Nope, you're right. I don't
but on all tests, like, you know.
Yeah. We didn't really draw mountains, I don't think, very much.
Well, then they're coming.
I can exhaust, use 1 echo. I'll spend that. I'll exhaust this to play the attached moment as if it was in your hand and it remains attached. So that cost me 1. And this says, after you succeed at a traverse test, add to a being.
Well, you said you wanted this. You got this being, you got this being, you got this being.
Oh, yeah. Maybe I'll just do this being that. Yeah.
You said you wanted to do that.
Add presence to it being equal to your effort. This is an additional
although if her fatiguing is gonna be annoying, if you add 1 more to her, I could use the dog to add 2 more to her and we can like get rid of her. She's the only one that's like actually kind of punishing.
Yeah, I'm happy to.
And then when I clear her,
3, so it'll just clear her.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it adds 3.
Yeah.
Oh, then do yours. That's fine.
It doesn't matter.
No, it's fine.
It's easier.
No. I was only saying because that's the most negative one. I didn't really do it enough to get it finished.
But I can finish that one too.
No, but just do that one.
This
It's
one?
fine.
Okay.
Whatever
so then
you
I'll
want,
add
man.
3
Whatever you
to
want.
this one, which will clear this one with
Okay.
progress. Let me just discard
Okay.
all these.
Pause for a second. I just want to answer Erica's question.
Yep.
Evening, Robin Mel. Is it possible to fail a mission? Or is it more of a, it's not the destination, it's a journey type of game? We are being told it's more of the journey type of game. I don't know there's failure or like it really stops you from continuing kind of game. It doesn't seem like it's that kind of game. But again, I'm not sure. I'm sure as you get near the end of the campaign, maybe there's like super important missions that if you fail, like bad things happen. But I'm sure you can like retry them and stuff. I don't know though. We're playing it blind, so I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, the other thing is I need to take a fatigue for this bramble in my space here.
But yeah.
And then I think I have to do this first, right? Oh, it doesn't matter. She's already in play. Okay.
So she's cleared?
Yep, she's cleared with presence or progress.
So I'm going to go to 45 and read the, based on you clearing her with progress. Clearing.
91 says Edgar. Oh, because that still says during the missions 91 instead.
Oh, then maybe I read the wrong one for the girl too then. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I probably did. 80.4. Hold on. Let's see. I want to test it out for let's test it out for the girl I was asking questions to. No, there's not an entry for what I did with her, so. But if we're entering play and clearing is what I'm supposed to be overriding. I don't think I can override.
Oh, just their basic like dues and this and
so it's kind of not clear, right? It's a little confusing.
Okay. So who did I clear anyways?
So you cleared Null.
No.
Null opens her eyes and slowly turns to you, her movements precise and fluid. She smiles at you like an old friend. That was lovely, she says. I had the most amazing experience. I was speaking with the spirit of Mount Nim. It was so powerful and ancient. It's a great spirit to call upon if you ever find yourself in need of some perspective. But right now, we should check on the spirits of those biscuits, she says with a playful smirk. You'd better find High Pimpot and pick them up while they're still warm. Each ranger soothes to fatigue, then discard no. Get out of here, no. So again, soothing fatigue is just taking the top 2 fatigue and putting them in your hand. Look at this. I got all the cards. Yay.
Oh, 91.8.
Rob, 91.8 if you clear her. Isn't that what I just read?
I mean,
I clicked on it.
Oh, that's for someone else. We cleared Null.
Oh, yeah. No. Here's what. Sorry, I'm not being clear. I think. So what I was asking about when I did this ask test, it told me to go to 80.4, and I read that. But also the mission is saying override those use instead of normal entries, read 91. But for 91, there's no entry about asking her. So I still read 80.4, and I think I'm supposed to. But I think it should be more clear on here. I think this should say, during this mission, use 91 for entering and clearing entries, not for test entries.
Yeah.
That's what I think it's supposed to do. Because if I go to 91, there is no entries for anything but entering play and clearing. And this one even says if you clear with harm, go to the normal journal entry for the character. But there is nothing here for asking, or if you're sharing with Null, there's nothing here if you do that test. So I'm just doing what I think is right. But yeah, so for Quizzy Voss, if I cleared her, which I didn't yet, I would read 91.8. But we just cleared Spirit Seeker Null, Mel did. So we read 91.6. Got it?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I was being confusing. I was talking about like how it's not 100% accurate, which probably confused everyone. I'm so sorry. So.
And then you soothed to fatigue?
I soothed to fatigue and drew a couple cards.
Okay.
So perfect. I now can deal with predators a little bit.
Okay, and then lastly, did we get Matthew's super chat or did we miss that one?
Matthew says with a super chat, thank you for the $5, Matthew. I don't know if it popped or I missed it. I'm sorry. Is it safe to just hang out with people like us though? We crazy.
Totally fine.
You shouldn't ask the crazies if it's okay to hang out with the crazies. That's the
Totally
first
fine.
mistake.
All right, so that would be the end of, oh wait, did I do a test? Yes. And then the sun, oh, sun didn't matter. Okay. On to you.
All right.
Do I make the stew with him?
You got new cards. So look at this one. This one's kind of good. When I do a heart attribute added to a test, I can, the number of hearts actually equals the number of spirits still in my energy pool. So I think what that means is on the first test of the turn, if I only use like 1 spirit energy and I leave 2 in my pool, this makes this 2 hearts. Or does it mean, yeah, I think that's what it means. Spirit in my energy pool. I think this means I have 0 spirit in my energy pool.
Yep.
This is 1 in my energy pool. This is 2. I think that's what that means. But that's cool. So what am I trying to do? I'm trying to deal with her, get her out of here. But I don't need to do a big test because even if I only get like 1 on her, I can use the dog to help. I could ask her more questions to read more of those fun entries. The Sitka buck's not really a problem yet. I don't need to soothe fatigue anymore. We seem to be, the game's being gentle to us, I can tell. Later, we're going to really need to be plucking plants to survive. I know this. But right now, it's like, here, you take some soothing fatigue. You soothe some fatigue. Okay. Yeah. I will. That's also a search. We don't need a search.
I don't think we need
Does
to
high Pimpot? Do we need to like? We don't need to do anything.
No,
with
we need
him
him in play. We need to
Well, we
travel
need
while
him
we
in
can
play,
play. But
yeah.
I need to make sure he doesn't get eaten.
Okay. So I want to clear her and read a story thing. That's my goal, I think, for fun. So she only has 1 presence, so I can connect with her. And the worst I get is -2, so I'll connect with 1. And
The buck will eat the plant.
oh, that's right. That's right. Because this guy's prey. I just realized that. Yeah, this is prey. So the buck wants to eat this based on this. But if there was an active predator, he'd want to like fight him. Basically, that's cool. But am I okay with him eating the plants? Probably. Because then he'll get rid of this out of here and I won't have to fatigue when I want to do stuff with that.
I can take care of that because I have something that can help this.
Yeah,
work now.
and then we can just end it whenever.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I'm just going to do this. Let's overcommit. Or maybe not. No, I'm not overcommitting. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do 2 on 1.
-1.
So 1. All right, so I put based on my effort.
Which all you needed was 1, right?
That's what I kind of wanted because I can use the dog, I guess, for now. But I could use the dog to get this guy out of here to not eat my... Oh, no, he still would because he'd be active. Okay. So I will take a fatigue to add this back to my hand.
Okay, then the mountain. This says if this test added progress, which it did, add an additional progress.
Oh, okay.
And then just the mountains that you have in front of you.
Yep. So he's gonna take a bite if there's an active predator. Nope. If there's active prey, exhaust it and add progress to it and to this feature and harm to this feature. So both equal the prey's presence. So the prey's presence 1. So this is gonna get a progress. He's gonna nom 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 on that.
No, still there. Okay.
And it's still there.
That's that.
Okay. Like, I just want to say the fact that I'm like trying to shoo this child out of here. Okay. And I'm going to send my dog to go keep her busy. Meanwhile, there's, because I'm busy doing that, I'm not paying attention to a male deer buck thing here. eating my plants that I want to save for possibly healing later is so cool. All right.
I'll be over here making soup with this guy.
Yeah. The fact we're playing like with the same mechanics and you know that I was just like a few weeks ago, we're playing Arkham Horror in Innsmouth, dealing with fish people like on the edge of death all the time, not understanding what's going on and everything wants to kill us. Or in Marvel Champions flying around punching things, or in Lord of the Rings adventuring across the land, you know? It's like got the Lord of the Rings stuff, but like I'm doing more like normal real world stuff and it's interesting. It's cool. It's like not fun on paper. It's like lame, it feels like, but it's like reminds me of like Zelda, like Breath of the Wild. You're wandering around. Oh, there's a dragon flying by, and like, what's that noise over there? And who's that guy making that sound? And who's this dragging this through the woods? I'm gonna go talk to him. Oh, he just sold me something cool. Oh, I know where this needs to go. I'm gonna take this to this village. I talked to this person before. Like that's what's happening here, and I think it's so clever. It's refreshing. I feel it's refreshing.
Did you want to use your dog now?
Sure. And I'll move her. Get out of here. I add 2 presents, and that's enough to clear her. More than enough. And she'll clear, but when she clears, I need to go to 91. Clear on Quissy Voss, right?
Yeah.
In your time together, Quissy has made a game of scouring Lone Tree Station for clues as to the kitchen's whereabouts. Eventually, the scent of High Pin Pot's biscuits grows stronger, and Quissy cheers. Yes, 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 delicious biscuits, here I come. She runs off. Each ranger soothes 2 fatigue, then discards Quissy. I have 2 fatigue to soothe.
I don't have any, but that's okay.
Oh.
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
Okay. I feel like we should kind of get going, maybe.
Yeah, we will in a second. I'll show you.
Now that this buck's down, I would only take 1 fatigue to interact with that if I wanted to, but we don't need to dig anymore. It's just if you can get progress on there, then we can travel and see where this mission goes. The only thing is when we travel, we clean up the play area.
But,
oh, okay.
But so we can do a couple of things. I just make the stew or whatever, but potentially. Okay, so then my turn. I will spend 1. I will attach this. This is a trail markers attachment. I can attach this to a location or feature. The attached card gains the trail trait. When 1 or more progress is added to the attached location, increase the number added by 1. So I'm gonna attach this here. And then I can now do this to exhaust this to add a presence to a trail, and then I get to add an additional. So I get to add 2. So we're 1 away.
That's a huge theme win. You're the explorer. Talked about, we all read about you going on trails. You're the one who helped map the world out. All your people who are in this profession. And now you're going around just like nailing things to trees or adding markers around, whatever you're doing.
Yeah, it's for direction, so you can follow me.
And now, boom, you made a trail. And that now helps us travel easier.
Yeah. So we need 1 more, which I can't get till next turn, but that's okay. But that's my turn, so go ahead.
That's a win. That's so cool.
Make the soup.
Okay. I'll just play these energized hiking greaves. And they're going to come into play with 3 buffer tokens on them. So it's an item with 3 uses, basically. And I can use X buffers when performing a test to suffer X fear fatigue each card between you and the card with which you're interacting. So it helps me get around better without getting tired, I guess. So I could interact with this, and because this is ready, I would normally suffer fatigue, but I could spend a token off here and suffer less. Interesting.
Okay. So I'm going to do.
Spend 2 spirit to play it. Sorry.
No, you're not.
Yep,
You're
yep.
good. If you have other things.
No, nothing.
Okay, I'm going to do this awareness test to harvest. I'll spend 2. It's a test of 2. I'm not putting anything extra in. I don't have any extra. So 2 on 2 here. 0. We're successful. Okay. Oh, I got to put. Okay, sorry. Local plants in the stew. Attach flora face down. How many flora?
What are you doing? Harvesting with him?
Yeah.
That's what you're doing?
Yeah.
You're going harvesting with this guy? We're on a mission to deliver biscuits.
Well, I can't do anything else.
All right. You did awareness, harvest. Did you get 2 or higher?
I did.
So you're harvesting local plants for the stew to attach a flora
Oh, it's
face down to high.
just one.
So if you didn't have flora, you wouldn't be able to do this. If there are three
Oh.
flora attached to him, so it's like a little mini game, he'll prepare his famous stew, which is probably something to help us with fatigue or something.
Oh, I won't even be able to finish this.
Yeah.
But I have a flora, so I can put that face
Are
down.
you sure you want to be even doing this?
I mean,
you kind of misread it, right?
Yeah, I thought I was it's
Face down to him.
face down.
Attach it face down.
I mean, I don't need the flora. Well,
But it does the way to get, you could put this one.
you can move that one into my space, right?
I don't need to move it.
Oh yeah, I can.
I think you can just pull it from anywhere.
Yeah, you're right. Attach flora face down. Yeah, you're right. I mean, we'll see if it happens. It happens. But I think this is going to trigger next turn anyways, and it won't matter. But
okay, cool.
Go ahead.
I will just.
Oh, sorry, red. No.
All right, I'll exhaust my ranger to spend 1 token to add a token to a card. Oh yeah, I forgot to spend this stuff on connect tests. Whoopsie, a few times. Yeah, I should have spent that instead of spending that card that caused me fatigue. That was my mistake. I forgot about my intention translator. Okay, I will just, I think, rest, but I don't know what else to really do, because I think like most of my stuff is like play from hand, and I don't want to do it at this location. And I can't play another unique boots. I did have enough equipment to almost fill up my stuff. I could do a remember test to dig for cards, but like I don't want cards, and I want to keep cards in my deck right now for fatigue purposes. So if we go to a new location, I still have like half my deck to help me not fatigue out or anything. That's my plan. So I'm gonna rest.
Okay, the last thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to, oh, I can't. I have too much gear. I can't play that yet. Never mind. Okay, I'm going to rest as well. I can't play that yet.
Okay, so can we travel?
No.
Nope. Then,
no injuries.
Yep. So, oh yeah, if we had injuries, we need to be taking fatigue based on our injuries right now. Then we ready everything up. We got to refresh the weather there again, right?
Yep, discard a cloud.
Ready up. I'm going to draw a ranger card, homeward bound. Okay, cool.
Reset these. Two, three.
Pet my dog? Was he still there? Oh, I could, but I have no fatigue. I don't know. Yeah, I probably should have. You're right, but whatever. It's just the problem is like doing more skill tests that are kind of unnecessary leads to more things happening in the environment that maybe you don't want.
Yeah,
So,
like maybe we don't want to flip this. I don't know.
yeah, I don't know. Well, no, I mean like these effects, like the colored ones.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. This. Oh, you're right. You're right. That's right.
Yeah, that's only refreshing. So like,
you're right.
All right, so I'm gonna draw my card. Another sit kabak.
Oh no.
Now they could react off each other. If there's another Sitka buck, exhaust this being, add 2 harm to both, like they're gonna lock horns.
Like, yeah, smack.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That's funny. Oh, you found topside mast. This is like in the top of the trees. If the weather is inclement, you cannot interact with this feature.
No, we're good.
That looks so cool. You could convince the Swift's crew. Oh, this is the airship. That's what I think that little thing is here. That's the airship probably that they were talking about before, called the Swift. I think your urgency of your mission to move. Oh, move your ranger token to this feature. So we would need both our ranger tokens on this feature to clear it with ranger tokens instead of progress. And if we do that, then what I think is happening is we could convince them to fly the airship, probably is what this is symbolizing. And that would take us somewhere else. We could probably use that ship to fast travel, is what I would guess.
Oh.
This is what I'm guessing, playing enough of these video games, because it wants both of our tokens on there, which means like we both have to do this. So that would probably both take us there, you know, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're going to read something when this comes out, 42.
Ah.
That's probably explain.
That would. That goes along the way. So I'm reading 42.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just guessing based off art. Like, that's the vibe I get. So the top side mass enters play. High atop Lone Tree Station, you find a series of circular platforms of polished wood and forged carbon. During your training on clear, windless days, these platforms served as a refuge. You'd often spend your free time in the afternoons bathing there in the sun, sitting in a quiet contemplation and looking out over the mirrored surface of White Sky Lake. You'd also look wistfully at the airship known as the Swift, its hull gleaming in the sun, as Ben Ammon would climb aboard and launch it into the air. The legs of the vehicle would compress and then extend with a sudden movement, propelling it upwards with tremendous force. Then, once it reached its apex, its wings would unfurl, and the glider would soundlessly soar toward the horizon, steadily descending as it flew toward its destination. Calypso told you and the other initiates that it was prone to roll and crash in inclement weather, and if you flew it at any great distance, its energy cells would drain and the Swift would grow inert, unable to launch for days before the cells recharged. All this was clearly meant to dissuade you from taking the Swift out on your own, but when you look at the airship, you can't help but feel a surge of excitement. To soar high above the valley would surely be exhilarating, if not a little terrifying. Now that you are a full-fledged ranger, perhaps you can convince the crew to take you for a ride. Clear topside masts with your ranger tokens to take the Swift for a ride.
Does that have you intrigued?
Yeah, but I'm not going to do it right now.
Oh, that's up there.
Oh, yeah, it's up here. Yeah. It's not the mission.
So do you want me to go? Oh, I guess it won't really matter.
Oh, but it might take us away from here too, though. But you're almost done this, so it's fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can do it right now.
I don't know what that was.
Oh, that was my path.
That was your path card.
Yeah, so
okay.
now it's our
So
turn.
now it's whoever wants to go first kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
You go first, and let's get out of here.
Okay. Well, yeah, okay.
I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. Like, I feel like if we're going to another location, like, we're not delivering the biscuits as yet. Biscuit delivery, it's saying just get him. We found him in the biscuits. We need to leave. That's not the delivery. I'm assuming once we read something, there's more to this.
That makes sense.
And is it meant to be played in the first session? I don't know.
Okay, so then let me do a traverse test of 3 because I want to pass. So 2 plus I can use one of my sensors to add another effort. Oh, I guess I should put that here so I remember. So I'm doing a test of 3. Oh, actually, no. Save. Rewind. Save. I can do this instead. Exhaust this to add a presence to a trail. And then my attachment says I can add 2. So just in case they go away, we'll add. Actually, let's do that. So we have 7. We can technically travel, but we have to rest in order to do that.
Yes. So it sucks that you didn't get it done just before resting last time. So we'd have less path cards. But when we do go to travel, it all clears away. But we can travel without doing more tests so that things don't go nutty. But again, we don't have any predators right now, so might be okay. Oh, it's not a trail.
Yeah, I attached the trail marker to it. This one.
Yeah, Edgar, she put trail markers up, so it's now officially a trail.
It gains the trail trait. Oh. Sorry.
You don't have to delete your message, Edgar.
All good.
Yeah, it's all good.
So technically we can leave, but we'd have to rest to do that, which, I mean, is that a bad thing? No. Unless there's something else that you want to do.
We're not injured, so it doesn't lose any more fatigue. No, I'm good with traveling. Because it will clear all this stuff anyways, except for my dog. So I don't need to... Yeah, I can only put 2 progress. This guy needs 6. This guy needs 4.
No, we need him in play, so we...
Yeah, exactly. We don't want to clear him. Yeah. The problem is we'll also clear this stuff, right? So
except for our...
Or no, this stuff stays. This
stuff stays. It's just anything up here.
This and this.
Unless it has the passive.
Unless it's persistent.
Okay, so we can just all... Oh, it's your turn, so you...
I'll rest.
Okay, I'll rest.
No, I'll actually... Before resting, on the start of my turn, I'll spend a token to add another token to this. Sure. All right, and then I'll rest.
Okay, rest.
So now we decide to travel.
Yes.
And I've never traveled before, so we're going to follow the instructions of travels. It does say on the reference card, though, if the location has progress equal to or exceeding the threshold, you may travel. If you do, remove all path cards from the play area.
Yeah, clearly.
Oh, no, you know what? We actually complete the mission first. I read the rule book
do this
today.
first?
Yeah, if you complete a mission, you must right away do it after we choose to travel. You actually read this first because it could change things going forward. So we have now officially decided to travel away and high pin pots in play. So we're going to read 1.0.1. Yeah, I read that this morning. I was like, oh, okay, timing does matter, I bet, for a lot of situations like that. High Pin Pot places the last juniper biscuit into the basket and hands it to you. There's no better way to begin a friendship than with a freshly baked biscuit, he says. The people of White Sky just love meeting new rangers. They always come bearing treats. High Pin Pot winks and takes a biscuit for himself. You shoulder the basket and walk down the trail toward White Sky. As you do, the enticing aroma of biscuits wafts up from the basket. You remember that you haven't eaten anything since breakfast. Very true. Your stomach growls. Surely they won't miss one or two. Flip the biscuit delivery mission to the biscuit basket. Again, whoops. Then choose a ranger to equip it.
Oh.
Biscuit basket, which is gear / food. 3 biscuits. Oh, it has a, yeah. If you don't have room to carry, you gotta like lose some stuff.
Do you?
No.
Okay, I could lose stuff, but this is better test for you.
It's okay. Yeah. That's true. Yeah.
But
and I can only interact with it. You wouldn't be able to. Okay, hold on. All right. Let's read it. So a spirit test with hearts to give, and it's a 2 to pass it, to give a biscuit, to move 1 biscuit. It's going to have 3 biscuit tokens on it. Okay. To move 1 biscuit to a human that does not have a biscuit on them. So we've got to share the love. And then add 4 progress.
Do we even have?
Or you could do an awareness with the triangle symbol to sneak a biscuit to soothe 3 fatigue and move 1 biscuit to your roll.
Oh no.
And you could just hoard the biscuits.
Oh my
You
God.
could be a little...
We need to give out at least
You
some
could be a
of
little
this.
Samwise and have some second breakfast.
We don't even need the soothing. How many humans do we have? Only 2?
And then you'd read 1.0.2 if there's 0. And I bet something asks you, if biscuits are on your ranger thing, this happens and versus not.
Yeah, we can't eat the biscuit. We don't even need the soothe right now.
Yeah. So we need to deliver biscuits, but that's what we're taking for now. You're saying I'm taking it. So unfortunately,
I mean, unless you really don't want, but
I'll just get rid of these to my discard pile then. That's fine. So that I may carry the biscuits. I'm going to keep my translator so it can help me with like connect tests.
which is that one.
No, it's a give test.
Oh, it's a give test.
Connect's only the basic one. It's specific to this test. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. All right. That's all it said to do. Oh, so this is continued on the mission. Because yes, the green shapes with text in them is your mission goal. So we want to have 0 on here. That's our current, that's all we know about our mission. That's what we got to do. Now, I think we continue with the travel. Remove all path cards from the play area, choose the new location, and assemble the path deck for the new location.
So now
now we could choose the camp, which would we clean up everything, including our persistent guys. I think they all just go back to where they came from, and we're ready for another day to play. I don't know what we should do here. Normally, if I wasn't streaming and didn't need to explain the whole game, we probably would have did all this in 20 minutes, 30 minutes off camera, and we probably would continue. But it's 4 hours into the stream. I want to keep going because I feel like we have like the fatigue to do more. So like it's up to...
So then, wait, technically we didn't travel.
No, we are traveling. Yes, we are.
So we are traveling because we need to travel to the White Sky, right?
And deliver the biscuits, yeah. So we want to go to White Sky, right?
Yes.
Yeah. What would Kevin Costner do? Yeah. So, I mean, I'm down with pushing it so we're out of our deck or whatever. We don't have any rewards to switch out in our deck anyway. Are you good to keep playing now, or do you want to just camp it and save the episode? Or, yeah, I don't know what to do. Well, no, White Rabbit, it's not that. It's just like time in the day too. Like, I'm going to play for another hour or two. I don't know if Mel is. Mel's got stuff to do too. And if she feels like playing, we don't want to like push it too far. Also, getting into spoiler territory. Like, I want to keep going because I want to discover what's going on in the game. I would need to take a little break, though, to grab a little snack because all this talk of biscuits, and I haven't eaten since breakfast, is getting to me a little bit. And I'll start developing a headache. So, yeah.
Yeah, we can keep going.
So, but Janet is saying, so this is, I was just going to ask this. Could we do it without ending the day? Because I want to do more in the day. And gameplay-wise, I don't want to do a bunch of wasted days. Obviously, like I said, in next episodes, we would just get right into play.
Right.
And we would do like a full day of fatigue worth of fun. Because right now I feel like we're not really where we're supposed to be ending. But because I spent 2 hours explaining the game, reading story, getting into it, building it up, which I think leads to a better overall campaign playthrough when you actually know what you're doing and why you're doing it and where you're doing it. I think it's good. Eric says, have a nice evening, guys. Got to get some sleep. Interested in seeing the next chapter later on. Yeah, you can always watch this later. Of course. Yeah, you can always watch later. Eric, thank you for everything.
Yeah, it's completely up to you. I'm fine to keep playing if you want to push it now, or we can set it up again, like however Jan was saying.
So Jan is saying you don't have to camp. You can stop and set up the next location for your next play. Set up to new location, take picture of your setup. Oh yeah, true. True. Yes. Want to do that?
It's completely up to you and what you're feeling.
I'm just worried, like, we'll push, like, what I think is going to happen. We're going to set up a new location. We're going to read all this cool stuff. New things are going to come into play. We're going to have a different deck. I'm going to want to read everything. I'm going to get so into it. And then 3 more hours pass. And I'm like, what just happened? And yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't think we need to, like, I need the episode not to be also way too long. So people can watch it and catch up to where we are and join us, like, later too. So yeah, I think we can do that. So
then let's look at travel.
Yes.
In here.
Yeah, let's follow the travel to get our new location set up, but we'll stop it at the point where we're like pulling in path cards and all that stuff.
Okay, so clear the play area. Discard all path cards in play and all ranger cards within reach along the way or in the surroundings, but not in your play area.
Okay, so persistent guy stays. This guy's cleared. This clears.
And this goes.
This clears. Okay.
Yeah, then sort all the cards from the path deck and path discard into their sets and return them to your collection.
So I'm going to put all the woods at the woods, the valley with the valley, the lone tree station with the lone tree station.
Oh, and then missions that instruct you to travel away from a location resolve at this time.
That's what I read this morning. Yeah,
that makes sense. Okay.
Oh, so we would have cleared it, then read the mission.
Yeah, so this would also clear off. We sent all these. Okay. This gets discarded. Oops. I know. I wish we were just playing this like tomorrow, where you just leave it on the table.
I can if you want. We can move your paint streams like around. It's fine.
I mean, it's up to you, but
I do want to play this.
So we could play tomorrow.
Honestly, I do want to just keep playing this, like,
and
for real.
I can paint stream on Tuesday instead.
Yeah.
That could work.
Yeah. We're gonna continue this like tomorrow on stream. Yes, I want to.
Because then we can leave it set up, right? Like,
I want to play
we don't
more.
have to touch anything.
Yeah, I feel like I have not even got into the game yet, but I have. Like, we've seen tests, we've seen the flow of the game.
Yeah,
we've definitely shown on enough to not spoil too much. Obviously, we haven't spoiled really anything other than, whoa, there's a basket of biscuits in here. But yeah, but if you don't want to see white sky, run. Don't watch the rest of the series till you've played the game yourself or whatever. But yeah, I'm loving it. I want to play more. I just want to, like, yeah, I love these games.
Yeah, so then let's switch.
Yeah.
We won't.
And I don't mean I just love LCGs. Like, this has I get to fiddle with cards all day like LCGs and turn cardboard sideways and put tokens on them. That's not what I mean. I mean like, there's a world here that I want to explore and poke and prod and see what happens when I do the bad thing and the good thing. And what did the designers put on the other sides of those cards to deal with the dumb ways I'll play, or how our chat is going to vote and explore. I want to test the systems. I don't know. Yeah, this is very cool. All right. So this is White Sky. If you can pass me the map, actually.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to reiterate. We were at Lone Tree Station. We are going to be going to White Sky, which will build a path deck of this plus this little modules. But just so you know, we could have traveled to Atrox Mountain. We could have traveled to Boulder Field. We could have traveled to Ancestors Grove. So that girl giving us clues of places, I bet some of those were nearby. I bet Quizzy is put there to tell us about those locations and maybe make it interesting to explore wherever. So we could have went down here and then over to here. Like, you can do whatever in the game. Just to let you know, like, there's nothing stopping us. It's just recommended as part of our mission. But we could leave that mission, this mission, like if it was like this still, we could just leave it like that, right? This one obviously like blocked us. It's there, gated us, ready to progress. But you could have a whole bunch of missions there that, like, story ones, side ones, whatever, that you're just kind of leaving there to work on as you want. And you can go explore and find cool items and people and experiences and stuff. So yeah, you don't have to like beeline main story, right? Which is neat. At least in theory, based on what the rules are telling me.
Okay, so then we're traveling as a group. Choose a new location to travel to by consulting the campaign map. So we already know. You must choose a location that's connected. Okay. Once the group has chosen a destination, find its location card and place it into the surroundings, replacing the current location. You cannot travel along rivers unless we don't have to worry about that. And then we're going to build the path deck.
Which we're not going to do right now. Or
okay.
We can. Yeah, we can.
Okay, so to build the path deck, you're going to get the terrain
we're just going to leave it on the table, right?
Which it's the one that we're coming from, right? So in this case, it would be this one, as you said.
Hold on. I'm going to put her back in the valley. I'm going to find the woods. Put these back in the woods. Pivotal. I'm going to throw these back in the pivotal. I'm going to grab the pivotal while I'm there, though.
Oh, yeah, the white skies.
White skies, right?
Yep. These will have the people that we
1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 white sky cards.
Okay.
And what was the path we went along?
We're going to go along the lakeshore. This one?
It's down here, too, on the map if you need to.
Oh.
So,
lakeshore.
Lakeshore I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Among my path cards. So there's woods, there's mountain pass, there's lakeshore. There we go.
Okay.
And because we traveled along the lakeshore, like I said, that leads to different features and different beings that we're going to see. So there's like, I'm not even going to show you, but there's features and beings that are like unique to this travel, which is cool.
Okay. And then other path cards if the game asks us to put additional path cards, but it doesn't. Okay, and then arrival. So we would read the campaign, but we'll do that at the start. So yeah,
we'll stop it at reading the story here, the story entry for White Sky, and then the arrival setup. And I'm just gonna do a little shuffle. We'll try to shuffle again next time, but I don't want to forget.
And then we rested, so we should probably just do that too, right? Of like readying our cards. And okay, so I'm gonna ready my cards, draw my card. Oh, good, another one of those. So when that expires, and then I'll fill this, but I don't think I used anything.
Ready up.
No. Okay.
Awareness of 1. I draw another card. So again, reducing my deck. I'm going to put my hand here. And my discard pile. I have no fatigue.
I have no fatigue. This is my discard pile here.
Yeah, this is so like, I'm getting like...
Oh, don't forget the weather. I think our weather's still the same, but I think we refresh it, right?
I would assume we do.
No, in the refresh, discard 1 cloud from this card. If there's no clouds remaining, flip the card. But yeah, do we set up if it's
No, it's not a new day.
Oh, yeah, it's not a new day. So we flip this.
Yep.
And we leave it like that.
Oh, God.
It's too sunny out.
It just got hot. So going forward in refresh phases, we'll have to add a cloud to the card. When there's 3 more, you flip it back to a perfect day.
Okay.
That's so cool. You can also do a focus test to locate shade to wait out the blaring sun. Add 1 cloud to this card and soothe 1 fatigue.
Oh, but look, the suffer 1 fatigue every time
it's hot out.
Oh, it's too hot. Oh,
it's too hot to be wandering out around here in the day.
I didn't miss any shuffles, right?
This is so cool.
No. Okay,
that's so cool. Yeah, I love it. I love the little living, breathing world they've come up with here, all just within the cards. I like it. I like it. Yeah, I think that's it. My biscuits are gonna burn. You're all set. See you tomorrow. Gotta go. Heading to our sons for some Ticket to Ride Legacy.
Oh, enjoy, Janet.
Very nice, Janet. Have fun.
Have fun. Have fun.
Have fun.
Perfect time for us to end then.
Yeah. She's like, hurry up. And we don't need to take a picture. We're just going to leave it on the table. Obviously, we had the stream to look at, but, you know, yeah, we'll just leave it there. We'll continue tomorrow. I'm going to schedule a stream. Actually, I'll move the next episode to tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Or hold on, or because your paint stream is separate, you could still paint tomorrow, and then I move your second stream, so we'll play Tuesday. Yes, I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
Yes. So you're going to still paint tomorrow because that was scheduled. Because it's easier to mess with the second one because it's not like everyone was like prepared for that.
Yeah, whatever you want to do.
Yes. So we're going to play Tuesday. I'm going to move the streams around right after this one ends. So in 2 days, we're going to continue this. So if you're watching this a little bit later, join us for that. Subscribe, turn on notifications. Or yeah, you can set notify me on the next stream even when I move it. It should still send you alerts if your YouTube alerts are on. So you can join us live for that and help us play through this and play along with us. But yeah, thank you everyone for watching. Thanks for, I don't know, hanging out. If you like the stream, hit the like button. Thank you all 79 of you who clicked the like button at this point. Thank you to these folks for supporting us, allowing us to purchase games like this. And yeah, so far so good. Obviously, we're just still in like the first tutorial mission. So follow along if you want to hear our thoughts as we play and see this through. And again, I don't know how far we'll go. We'll kind of play it till we're like not interested or it's not fun anymore. But so far, I'm excited to see where it goes. And hope you guys will join us for that. And yeah, stay tuned. And if you're looking for any future episodes, just check the video description. There's playlists linked down there. If you're looking for any of the pre-built decks, the rules, you want to read before your next episode, all that's linked in the video description. Just expand it and you'll find that in there. But yeah. Anyways, Ross says, love the playthrough. Sad weekday stream start. I know they start late. I'm sorry. Again, I do want to try it solo, like try a daytime solo stream, but I need to get more comfortable with the game and like figure out a deck that I can play with. And yeah, I would just wander to like a non-named location and just like tell you about it next time. Like, this is what happened.
I could probably just try to watch.
Yeah. Just for fun to see. But I don't know. That may never happen if we just play it so often. We'll see. So I'm enjoying this idea as a 2-player and like seeing how the evolution works of our decks and stuff, and how the discovery and all that stuff works. We'll see how it goes. But anyways, thank you all for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for putting up with us. Time for an outpost phase.
No,
Graham, get out of here, Graham.
You're gonna get banned.
No outpost phase. Literally, if you camp, which is only one of the many ways that your session can end, you only at the start of the next session decide to put or take out rewards that you've unlocked into your deck. And that's it. And then you get into play, which is cool. So just minimal management between, and that is not between every play session, which is cool. Anyways, thank you all for watching and we'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Bye.